Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, Barbados. Good night, Caribbean. Good night, the world. This is an amazing show that's coming to you, the Marcia Week show. We are coming to you live from Barbados, and tonight is going to be very exciting. You don't want to miss it. It's a night of education. It's a night of mobilization. It is a night of motivation. It is the night of agitation. We are ready. Loyal opposition. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready to expand the opposition in Parliament? That's what it's all about. And we have, as an opposition, a loyal opposition, there are three candidates that are there. Of course, we know Dujon because you hear about her a lot, either here or you see on their posts and sometimes in the media when they want to carry them, But there are also some independent candidates. There is Stephanie Williams and there's Alex Mitchell. And we're hoping to have them on, Alex Mitchell and Stephanie Williams, on the show tonight. So you will get to meet them as well. All right, because what we are about, folks, it's all about how do we balance the power? How do we balance the power, folks? It's all about that. And tonight, to start us off, well, you know what, Dave? Let us do the anthem first, okay? We're going to do the anthem first, and then we are going to, Dave, have something sounds very interesting there that is going to be played. I'm looking forward to that. But let's jump into the anthem. And I know I haven't greeted you yet, but I feel like we need a loyal opposition. We got to fall in line. And we fall in line, those in Barbados, behind the national anthem of Barbados. So here we go. I tell you, upward. Anybody ready to go upward and onward? Loyal opposition. Are we ready? Are we ready to balance out this opposition? Balance out the power. I'm sorry. Are we ready to balance out the power in Barbados? Is that what we are ready to do, folks? Oh my goodness, upward and onward we shall go. And let us do a quick assessment on who is here. Let's take the register. We're taking register for the class. I tell you, get your pen and paper or your phone or your notebook. Junie Rock, Bajan Boy, Monica Inch, loyal opposition. Loyal opposition. Are we ready? Owen Hines, Marcia, and Shirley. We ready? Are we ready? Boots on the ground. Are we ready? Teroni Hall, Matthew Bourne, Judith and Clark, Mystic Angel, Michael Jilks. Yes, Marcy asking how was my day? You could tell. I had an amazing day. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Jack Murphy, how are you? Lori Bob. Oh my goodness. Flo Joe Maloney. Oh Lord, I tell you, listen, folks, we are ready. Loyal opposition. Fall in line. We haven't played that song in a long time. But Dave, go ahead. Peace. Serlene Clark and Jeremiah Ben Israel, Judy Jukes, yes, and Tony Paris. Oh my Lord, oh boy, they're all in tonight. We are ready to balance the power in this country. Who ready to balance the power in this country? And we do that one vote at a time. We balance the power how? One vote at a time. Yes. All right, go right ahead, Dave.
What a conversation with this old Rasta man. Say people they feel that Rasta man is just dreadlocks and Babylon. Time and eyes open wide. Wickedness cannot hide. I man see all the oppression that destroying this young nation. Oh yes. Just because I'm man with me locks long, people feel that I man can see how the burden of so much taxation kill the poor man in this country. Jah know, the oppressors they had to pay. When my Jah come to meet up with them and greet them on Judgment Day. Nine down low. Next is start to comment about this NHC rent. I know people does get houses from them and don't pay them a single cent. But not in my Jaja side. 2 wrongs don't make a right. They use all their power and their might to worsen the poor man's plight. Oh yes. To take away all the possessions from me and then show them up on TV. When they have people rob the treasury and they're getting away scot-free. Jah know, the oppressors they had to pay. When my Jah come to meet up with them and greet them on Judgment Day. Hi. Dying down low. Dan, 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 dan. I look around and see too much inequality. Some people can't kiss my cocoa tea, others live in such luxury. The latest in stereo, the top line in video. And it just always amazes me where some people get this money. Oh yes, I just see them pass with a big house like they're going so luxurious. And I see other folks digging horrors, waiting for transport workers. Jah know, the oppressors they had to pay. When my Jah come to meet up with them and greet them on Judgment Day. Hey. Lying down low. Then this bull Rasta man Focus his attention on the unemployment situation as of here in this island. Employment is a big no. Retrenchment is on the go. It kill every worker ambition of retirement and pension. Oh yes, cause it's working day after day, just for he daily bread. And then one Friday he go for repay, he getting lay off instead. Jaja know, the oppressors they had to pay. When my Jah come to meet up with them and greet them on Judgment Day. Hi.
Yes, sir. My goodness. Jajano. The oppressors will have to pay on Judgment Day. Black Pawn. Black Pawn. And I'm not sure. Is it that Dave will let me know in our just let me know, Dave. This sounds like a Trini. Is that a Trini? Oh my goodness. Jajano that the oppressors will have to pay on Judgment Day. Oh wow, wow. I tell you, this is 1984. This was done in 1984 by Black Pond. Yeah, I love it, and I love the storytelling aspect of it, and that is why you see they're going to want to suppress the voice of the Calypsonians. They are going to want to suppress the voice of the Calypsonians, and it should only be only the songs that says long live the Prime Minister, and let us bow down and let us worship. You know, only worship songs onto Mia Motley that works in Crapover. Those are the ones that come to the top. All hail Queen, all hail. Is that what Calypso is? Oh, Black Pawn is a Bajan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Serlene. And you see why I tell you I love you all, because you know you're going to correct me, and you could correct me any day. Thank you. Yes, somebody said they remember that song. Very enlightening. Yes, wonderful. Well, folks, I told you I'm supposed to have Stephanie Williams in at this time, but we are still waiting. I'm going to see if Dave could find any clip on Stephanie Williams that he could play for us tonight. This would be from Barbados State Today, from The Nation, where she, you know, when she on nomination day, I think they have some clips, because this is supposed to be her time. So we're going to give her, 30 minutes to talk about her what she intends to do for St. James North. But she sent me a message saying she's having some difficulty. She was on twice, and then I saw her dropping out. But while we wait, I want to talk to us about St. James North. And we're going to have that little discussion tonight while we wait on here she is on while she tries to get on. Here she is. And so let's hear her. This is Stephanie. Yes.
Nomination process has been very interesting. This will be my first time doing anything like this, so I'm very excited. I consider this the getting my feet wet stage. So I look forward to whatever is coming next.
Have you spoken to many constituents in the area, and what are they been telling you?
Well, prior to this, I would have canvassed Trent and a part of Rodondo. So most of the constituents I would have spoken to, they're not happy with what is going on. They feel like if they have been left out, and yeah.
What are you going to bring to the campaign?
Personality, truth, a voice for the voiceless.
What plans, looking around the constituency, listening to the constituents, what plans do you have in mind that you can probably institute if you become the next member of parliament?
Okay, that's a really interesting question. Now, Currently, I have my own book club and I have my own charity, and I have been doing community work through those for the last, let's say, 14 years. I've also done some work within the schools. So I have programs like book club, Free to Be Me book club. I believe that children really need to have a space where they can develop their reading skills better. And in reference to the charity, I find that a lot of children, they are being left to themselves, so I believe that my charity will be able to assist those children. Also, I have put together another initiative which will cater to children who have been abused. And as you know, some of our children in our schools, they would have experienced loss of a parent. Our children in our schools, they're grieving, and that is somewhat, overlooked. So for me, that's going to be important. Also, in reference to the elderly, I've spoken to some of the elderly in the constituency, and they too, they're not happy. They feel neglected. I've made my number available, and I have been talking to them. Like when they feel lonely and stuff, they can call me. So yes.
So you're coming in as an independent,
Yes,
not on the
please.
BLP ticket or BLP, the two major parties. How do you see your chances of being victorious?
That's a very interesting question. Well, for me, I know everyone would expect me to say I want to win the seat. I want to win the hearts of people. We need to empower our people and let our people know that they have more to give. You understand? And like for some of the persons who I would have spoken to, is this, I wouldn't say all Barbadians, but it's like, what you gonna give me? What can we do for each other is what I want to know. How can we empower our community? How can you be better? How can you help me to be better? Because it's not just about me, it's about us. Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
So this is Stephanie Williams, and so she would have. This is on the day of nomination, and she's an independent candidate, and she is already at work. She's ready to work. She's working in various communities. I have known her as an advocate as well. She works a lot with children, as you could tell, having her book club. She has a charity for the children who are left behind, and she now is starting a charity for children who are abused. And when we look at these people, when we look at the Miss Felicia Dujon, we see Stephanie Williams here, and when you look at these women, and to hear some of our Barbadians believing that it's only the people in the BLP that can run a country. It's only the people in the BLP that can represent a country. When you hear this kind of thing, it's ludicrous. It's ridiculous to think that. And, one of the things I love about her, she said, people are going to ask me, am I going to win this seat? She says, I'm not trying just to win the seat, but I'm trying to win the hearts of the people. And I think that is what I'm sure she knows is an uphill battle. But the beautiful thing about it is that she is making a go for it. She is trying her best. She's trying her best to make it happen, and I think that is wonderful. I'm still waiting to see if she's able to make it in, and if Dave finds anything else that he could play, because I assigned this time to Stephanie. Yes, and we listen, folks, Barbadians. Listen, we are intelligent people. We have, fantastic people in our society. We have, lots of people have grown up, and here they have businesses. They've accomplished a lot. Great leaders. It's not just Mia Motley and the 28. Okay, it's not just Mia Motley and the 28 or the 29 that's there. There are other, we see them on the DLP stage as well. Tonight they have a meeting there. Good. I think Stephanie's good. Wonderful. She's made it in. I think, okay, so she's here. Stephanie, let me see your give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. and you're ready to come in. She seems as though she's frozen. But what I'm saying is that these are quality people who didn't just get up and decide that they are going to just go for an opportunity, right? Somebody said, okay, somebody said Mrs. Williams is correct. It is not always about winning, it's about educating and empowering persons, letting Barbadians know that they have power within their vote and to take back their country. Correct. Yes. So I want to salute Miss Stephanie Williams, and she's here. She's here, guys. Good night. Oh, I'm not seeing her. I think she's having some it could be a bandwidth problem. Because yes. Good night, Stephanie. No, there's a if Dave could call her, see if when you call her, ask her to sit closer to her box, to her internet box. Yeah, sit closer to her internet box. That would help help a lot. Okay, so as I was saying, folks, yes, the internet was horrible. Yes. She's trying to come in to the program. And if she doesn't get enough time tonight, I will give her a chance to come back another time to share. Just give me a moment. We're just trying to help her. It's her first time coming in, and I know how it is, right? Okay. All righty. So we will let me read any comments out there. Yes, Teroni, we want MPs. Teroni says we want MPs and we want a PM with focus and positivity. And I want to talk to you guys about balancing the power while we wait on Miss Stephanie Williams, because that's what she's doing. She's seeking to balance the power. That's what Felicia Dujon is doing, seeking to balance the power. Alex Mitchell, etc. And the gall of people to laugh at these individuals, and to say that they're not serious, etc. I mean, they when they go out there and they hit the pavement, they're doing it on our behalf. It's very important that we balance the power. Let me find out from you guys. You can write in the comment section, how important is it for us to balance the power? Yeah? How important is it for us to balance the power? Right? Because this one in St. James North is a big one. Right now, Rod Thorne is the only opposition voice in Parliament. The government has already have 28 of the 30 seats. Until, of course, they had 29 until Chad Blackman resigned so that he could run. And in the by-election, now they want back the seat, Barbados. They want it back. If they win, it's 29-1 again. No balance, Barbados. No backup. No debate. That is what they want. They're going to pass through bills so quickly. Can you share this to me? If you're in St. James North, share this live with others for me, please. Share the live. Come on, share the live. This is why it's important. And that's why we're the loyal opposition. We're the loyal opposition for a reason. We are asking, what we want is balance. What we want is backup. What we want is debate. So with 29-1, again, if Chad Blackman wins, no balance is there, no backup is there, no debate. But you can change that. You can change that St. James North. Somebody share this. If you're from the St. James North, share this with a neighbor, share this with a friend, guys. You can change that. A vote for any non-governmental candidate gives Ralph Thorne an ally on the floor. And not just that, more importantly, it strengthens democracy. A vote for any non-governmental candidate sends a message: we deserve more than one voice. I say use your vote to bring back balance. St. James North, use your vote to bring back balance, accountability, real choice. St. James North, the future, in terms of our democracy, what we endure for the next year and a half or 2 years until whenever they decide to call election, that's in your hands right now. Yes? A second opposition seat means better scrutiny, debate, and representation. That's what it means. When you vote for Chad, if you vote for Chad Blackman, you're restoring the government to 29 seats. It is a rare opportunity to add another opposition voice to hold the government accountable, St. James North. This by-election is a rare opportunity that we have to add another opposition voice to hold the government accountable. We know that with the 28 seats, they control the parliament completely, because with the 29, Mr. Thorne is debating in there, and that's why we have this voice on the outside, you know. That's why the loyal opposition is on the outside here making this noise. That's why we're on 4 nights a week, and we do this. Nobody pays us to do this, but for love of country. Opposition leader Ralph Thorne is the only non-government MP in the House of Assembly. Listen, the scale is tipped heavily towards the BLP, with Ralph Thorne alone on the right. So think of a scale. The scale is tipped heavily to the left, right? A rising, right? Yeah. So what we need to do is to tip the scale back towards balance. Tip it back towards balance, and we do that. How do we do that? We do that by voting, not by talking. By voting. You agree with me? We do that by talking, right? Not by talking, by voting. By voting. Yes. And so it is important. It is important. Guys, are we sharing it up? Right now, all of us outside of St. James North, we cannot vote. Okay? But what we can do, we can share this live. I have coming up right now is HINDS-MYRIE, and you don't want to miss her. I tell you, you don't want to miss her. We're going to have to do this in 2 parts, I'm sure. But you don't want to miss her. And you need to be sharing right now. This is education time. Marsha is putting on her professor hat tonight. This is Dr. MARSHA-MYRIE, if you don't mind. Oh, okay? Please, I need you to, yes, I'm reading your comments. Listen, we have to get ready. Yes. St. James North, share this up, folks. If you haven't shared, you need to share right now. And Dave is working on getting the independent candidate to come on, and because they're part of our family as well. All opposition voices, this is their house and their space. Okay, so Dave is working diligently with her to get her on, because we both balancing the power. All right. So let's jump into another segment. I brought up another segment here, and with Miss MARSHA-MYRIE, and I'm going to bring her in. Marsha, give me an indication that you're ready, ma'am. Yes, she's ready. So what just before I bring her in, let me just say to you, because you see Marsha come on here all the time, and she, always with a lot of facts, a lot of information. But did you know she's a professor of Black resistance and she organizes the Department of Political Science at the University of Guelph. And listen to me, guys, this is a serious woman that has done lots of research and lots of activism. I bow to her when it comes on to activism. Yeah. But let me just invite my sister into the studio tonight. Marsha Myrie, welcome again to the Marcia Week Show.
Greetings. Thank you so much for having me, Marcia. I am professor of Black resistance and organizing, but I'm just a baby professor. So I don't organize the Department of Political Science, but I am in the department and doing a little bit of work. So I'm a transdisciplinary scholar, which means that I am disciplinarily unruly. I work between political science and gender studies, but I work more as a practitioner, as you rightly said, because I'm coming from performing these things and now talking about them through theory, and that's where I sit. So I just wanted to kind of contextualize that. What I'm sharing tonight is a piece of research that I just started to do and to pull together, because I think that as we're talking about democracy in Barbados, there may be a piece of this puzzle that we are missing. And so, like I said, this is something that I'm starting to think about and talk about, and I'm sharing it with you and your audience tonight for the first time. I don't know if I can control the slides. Perfect. So what I want to do tonight is talk and think about democracy in Barbados and its connections with other Commonwealth Caribbean countries in the context of where we are post-independence.
Yes.
Most of us would have gotten our independence in the 1960s and the 1970s. And these countries did well for a long time. That's the reality. And after the 1980s, we have to ask ourselves if the model that started out as our nationalist political project works, if it continues to work. And those are kind of some of the questions I'm asking tonight. And I am talking and I'm thinking through St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and Barbados for commonalities. So let's just keep it rolling here a bit. This book, Caribbean Charisma, I believe that everything that we need to know and understand about where we are in the Caribbean has already been written. We're not dealing with rocket science. For whatever reason, these are not the books that we're using in high school. They're not the books that we're using at Cape. I wonder if they're the books that we're using at the University of the West Indies. I'm not trying to sideswipe my colleagues, but I know the University of the West Indies at Cape Hill. That's where I studied. So there's never anything bad that I'm going to say. And at the same time, it seems as though the hill has gone a bit quiet. It's not the hill that I know and remember. But anyway, this book, Caribbean Charisma, I think has done a lot to talk and think about that traditional nationalist leader and some of those things that are left over and some of those things that we carry forward. So this idea of what we call the strong man leader, and in some cases, Eugenia Charles, and other cases, we have also had our strong women as well. And usually we glorify these strong leaders, but at the same time, there is a critique to be made. And that's kind of a little bit of what I want to get in with this presentation. So the way that I'm defining democracy in this presentation is the rule of the majority by the minority, which is usually, we traditionally hear that piece. But the piece that we leave off usually is for the benefit of the majority. So the minority rules the majority, but the minority rules the majority for the benefit of the majority. And I think that is very important to say. And if we use this definition of democracy and we ask ourselves today, how safe or how effective is our democratic project in the Caribbean, I am suggesting that we should find that project wanting. Now, I argue, and I'm going to suggest in this paper when I write it up, that the plantation was actually a democracy. And people will say, but what? How? Well, at the end of the day, the plantation is democratic from the perspective of, if you remove the back piece of the statement for the benefit of the majority, and that you leave the more traditional understanding of democracy, which is that the majority rule the minority, the plantation meets that first criteria, right? And one of the ways that the plantation meets that criteria, or the major way that the plantation meets that criteria, is that it stratifies the population into two specific populations. Keep coming back to this, Marcia. We talked about it the last time. There's an undeserving population and there is a deserving population. So Massa's friends, Massa's neighbors, Massa's lodge brothers, whatever the case may be, all of these are different deserving populations. And then the rest of the the rest of the people who occupy the space are not even seen as human. And even if they are seen as human, they're not seen as deserving. So the argument that I'm making then is that if you just say that democracy is the rule of the majority over the minority, a plantation meets that criteria, right? We move ourselves beyond plantation when we say that the majority rules the minority for the benefit of the majority. So what I'm saying is that we still very much have a plantation, and there are going to be some people who would see that plantation as democratic because they are not considering the needs of the majority. They are breaking the society down into the deserving and the undeserving. So there's this concept that I've written about, and I continue to talk and think about. I call it the politourgeoisie. And the politourgeoisie is different and unique from the bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie individuals have that claim to ownership, that right to ownership, property, leadership, political leadership, because they possess land. There is some kind of transfer of power throughout dynasty and that kind of thing. But what we have operating in the Caribbean after our nationalist project, in many cases, is not a bourgeoisie. It is actually a politourgeoisie, a class of people who use the political system to become an elite. So they don't start out as bourgeoisie at all. They actually start out in quite the same circumstances of many of us in the Caribbean, but they're able to use our democratic processes. They're able to use our educational processes. They're able to use professions, and they convert that into personal political gain. So again, we see that the plantation character moving through, because yes, the minority are getting access to the political process, they're getting access to rulership, but they are not doing it for the benefit of the majority. Okay. We also see a cooptation of the Nationalist Independence Project. So when the Nationalist Independence Project starts, it is a socialist project. It is a project that is constructed around the 1930s riots. And what it is people are asking for a better place, a better stake of the Caribbean pie, whether it be access to land, access to education. There were a number of issues that were raised at that time. And those issues created the impetus for both labor parties in the Caribbean as well as political parties. So it was a project of the people, as you have said on this show before. But one of the mechanisms of the politourgeoisie is that they take that nationalist independence project and they use it. They take hold of it. They almost perform a coup of it. And then it becomes a space where they insert their needs and what it is that they want for themselves in the project. I don't know if people recognize the two faces, but what I'm trying to make the point in the two faces that I chose is that even with some of the leaders in the Caribbean who are recognized as good leaders or the best leaders, there has always been this friction between them holding on to their power and place as members of the bourgeoisie and using that space to advance the cause of the average person in the society. And if we ask the question, how does the bourgeoisie mobilize itself? How does it co-opt the power of the nationalist movement? How does it hold on to that power? What is the relationship with how they use democracy and that kind of thing? This is kind of where I start to think now about the political process as mobilization, as well as the political process in terms of the strategies that legitimate the bourgeoisie. And one of those strategies that I think is important and that we're not talking about enough is this idea of a kingmaker, which is a very important strategy of the bourgeoisie that was used to co-opt that nationalist project. So you remove the nationalist project from the masses of people on the ground, and you concentrate it in these individuals who are using that process for narrow political gain. And this is what brings me to thinking and talking about how we see our system come under pressure from the bourgeoisie. And one of the things that we see happening is manipulation of the judicial system. And I'm talking about the judicial system here broadly. Again, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm talking at the level of analysis, right? Very little makes sense. And again, we've talked about, some of these stories that if you change the names, you could write a book and it would be good fiction. So we get, for example, if a court case goes through the court and there is some kind of judgment that is not acceptable. So remember, we heard after the GIS case, for example, the government was going to appeal, right? The government never appealed, but it was said the government is going to appeal. In a recent case as well, we heard threats of somebody wanting to sue somebody that had brought a case. These things are scare tactics. They're scare tactics. They stop the average person, the masses of people, from wanting to use the judicial system, to challenge the power of the bourgeoisie, right? And I call it political gaslighting. And those two examples that I brought were from the Barbados case. But if we think about St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we can think about some of the activities that have happened there with women and girls, and how the court was mobilized to threaten those individuals who wanted to talk about their experiences of abuse into silence. So again, the argument that I'm making is that this system that I'm talking about and these tactics of the bourgeoisie are not only seen in Barbados alone, they are seen in St. Vincent, they're seen in Dominica, and this is why it is important to talk about our democratic project being in crisis, not just in the context of Barbados, but also in the context of the entire the Commonwealth Caribbean, or what we call the English-speaking Caribbean, although that is not an accurate term, and what we are seeing playing out across these islands. So we see things. I gave a few more examples here from the GIS conversation, for example. So we see one person in the case of the government industrial school who doesn't come out on the right side of that issue, but then this individual wants to be on the other side of what is essentially the same issue in a different case. So really what we end up with is a political system that has no soul. There's very little integrity to go around. And what we are dealing with really is raw power. Okay, that's really what it comes down to. I'm gonna go on just in the interest of time. We see rancorous relations based on gender, color, and class. So again, we talk about this gender war that we have in the Caribbean. The men don't like the women don't like the men. No, that's not actually true. That's a mechanism that has been used to keep us divided since the plantation. And the only person that benefits from it is the rulers of plantation, or when we come off of plantation and we're thinking about the post-nationalist period, the bourgeoisie benefits, because we're so busy fighting with each other that we don't realize that the system is actually giving us both the same thing, and none of us are being seen as deserving publics. We can have color divisions being mobilized. So during the nationalist period, we had this conversation around black and white in the Caribbean, and the divestment of assets based on racial color. But at the end of the day, we are still, and when I talk about we, I'm thinking, for example, of the people who would have worked on Draxall Plantation. Those we's are no more in possession of resources as they were under the white Drax Plantation regime, as they are now under our black nationalist bourgeoisie regime, right? And we also have divisions along the lines of class. I think one of the examples that we can think about that really brings this home is the 11 plus. And why up to this day, we cannot get rid of it, because what it does is it keeps the rigid class strata established in our Barbadian society, right? Now, one of the other things that the bourgeoisie does is that it manipulates the electioneering machinery. Has to, can't not, because at the end of the day, if democracy is functional, we don't end up with these strong leaders who maintain power across long periods of time. Because we know, as sweet as it is, you know, there's always sometimes a little breakup here and there, and a little breakup is good for the soul. So if democracy is allowed to continue, then it doesn't really, it doesn't serve the purpose of the bourgeoisie. So you have to manipulate the electoral machinery. Now, I was watching the electoral office. I saw you guys had this conversation about this a couple of days ago on the show. And I was actually watching the electoral office from the time that Godfrey Hines took over. And I think that this is where my work and my analyses always collide. The personal becomes political and the political becomes personal, right? Because at the end of the day, that individual happens to be my father. So I know them not only as a civil servant, not only as a quote unquote professional, but I know this individual in the sphere of the family and beyond. And I don't think that that it is a secret of what I think, right? And so at the end of the day, we go back to this lack of integrity, a system that is really a farcical system. It is the emperor without clothes, right? So you will have an individual who is responsible for the chief electoral office, but who at the same time has serious charges of family impropriety against them. This is how the system is set up. It becomes a joke, basically, is what a democracy under the bourgeoisie is. And then one man, one vote no longer counts within a bourgeoisie. So you have like the financiers of the parties, their votes become far more. Their votes become a block, because their money buys votes, right? And this is a reality that we have had within the Caribbean from as far back as when we start to talk about corned beef and biscuit politics. That the corned beef and biscuit has changed into other things, and we can talk about what some of those things are. So here now, I really want to start to get into this concept of the kingmakers. We understand the bourgeoisie,
and we have and just let me tell you, we have. I'm so caught up. You don't even know. I'm so caught up into this. But we have 15 minutes because I have Alex Mitchell who's going to come on, because you know we had trouble in the beginning. But what we're going to do, if you will stay up with us and come back on a little later, okay? But if you can, if not,
I can try.
if not,
All
make
right,
sure
I
you
should
come
be
here on
able to get
Friday.
through in 15 minutes, but
All right.
I'm also happy to stay. So this
Okay.
idea of the idea of the kingmaker is not a new idea. It actually comes out of the ancient monarchies, where there was a lot of negotiation behind the scenes. Although we hear and we think and we talk about, you know, the kings and queens coming out of family lineages and that kind of thing, if you watch old TV, 16th century and 17th century depictions and that kind of thing, you see the machinations that have to happen with the senates and the different feudal leaders and that kind of thing to make way for the king, right? And so the kingmaker has the same kind of concept. And the kingmaker that I'm talking about and thinking about in this piece of research is Hartley Henry. Hartley Henry starts his political career in the Caribbean in Barbados, in St. George South, on a Democratic Labour Party ticket. He doesn't win the seat, but it definitely becomes the beginning of a very interesting career. And when we talk about the way,
If I may say, I mean, I just want to add that he's a brilliant mind. We need to add that. We need to add that this man is a brilliant political strategist, brilliant mind. I just wanted to say that. Keep going.
for sure, and it comes out of his grounding in public relations generally.
Mm.
He is one of the founders of, I think, what is one of the most successful PR companies, again, in Barbados and the Caribbean, are Alhart PR. Some people may remember that name. So he eventually goes on throughout his career to become advisors to prime ministers and or party officials across the Caribbean. And like I said, tonight, I'm focusing on Dominica, Barbados, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, okay? He's known as a political strategist. He's also known as a deal maker and fixer. And I just defined, if we think of, you know, that ancient period, what is some of this kind of wheeling and dealing that is associated with politics. So what I want to do is talk and think a little bit about what I call the HH strategy. What does that look like, right? What is the HH strategy? We have glitzy political meetings. A political meeting is no longer a one microphone under a one street light on the back of a truck. I don't know if you remember the DLP campaign of 2007-8. We actually had Luciano, the reggae artist Luciano, performing in Oistins. So what this does is that it changes the political appetite and it changes the amount of money that a contender must have to seriously engage in the political process. So when I come to talk a little bit more about Dominica and St. Vincent and the way that their democracies worked before, you could even think about Barbados too. There were individuals for the longest time who were around our political scene who could do their political work because, again, it's just a loudspeaker and a man on the back of a truck. But because our appetites changed during that early 2000 periods, if you are not coming now with a show and shirts and all this paraphernalia and cups and mugs and a reggae artist or two, I think we saw it replicated again only recently on the Ermeybourne Highway with the Barbados Labour Party picnic, where there are actually star quality individuals who were performing at the picnic. So basically, a part of the HH strategy, I argue, is that you go big or you go home. It's $1 million election campaigns. That's what it turns out to be. In Dominica, we have the situation with the paraphernalia imports and individuals. I know that your this class is very astute, so people can do their Googling and they can look and see about some of the paraphernalia and some of the conversations that were had around it in Dominica, so on and so forth. Another important facet of the HH strategy is media influence, right? And again, we see in different parts of the internet world that there are allegations that the media is intimidated into a particular narrative or intimidated out of a particular narrative. And I think a part of the reason why you make space for, you know, the opposition candidate on the show and the independent candidates and that kind of thing, Some may argue that it is because the traditional news media in Barbados are not offering that kind of space. So when I'm talking about this kind of theoretical analysis, I hope that you are connecting it,
Yes.
you know, and checking to see if I talk in foolishness or
No,
if
not
the
at all.
argument,
Not at all. I'm eating this up.
or if the argument holds some water. I believe that typical with all other kingmakers throughout history, because I am dealing with one particular kingmaker, but a kingmaker is also in and of itself a particular trope. It doesn't change. So kingmaking, by virtue of what it is about authoritarian leadership. It is about closed political parties where all roads lead to the prime minister. And we know already that that is a feature of our nationalist project, but I am arguing that it becomes more embedded under the politourgeoisie, especially when you're looking at particular kingmaking strategies, including the HH strategy.
But can I ask you, I know you don't have much time, but help me, I'm a student here, the close political parties, what do you mean?
So the closed political party is that you go into the political party, you sing the song of the political party, there is no opposition to the political party. Basically, I guess in Bajan parlance, you drink the Kool-Aid. That's it. You drink the Kool-Aid and you hush. And this is I want to argue that this is a very post-1990s feature of our nationalist project in the Caribbean, or what I call the politourgeoisie project in the Caribbean. Because before there was political space, there was room for disagreement, there was room for democracy to work in the favor of the majority. And there are actually examples where when the democracy ceases to represent the majority, the people within the party check the party. So we have that, for example, with Erskine Sandiford, as we well know, and this is how he loses the government. And you will see it as well in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. So the democracy actually works because it can be checked. And my argument is that under the politourgeoisie, the democracy loses the ability to be checked. And that is when it becomes dangerous, because it goes into the realm of rabid power, absolute power. And what I think, absolute power does is that it corrupts absolutely. So you can see within the Barbados Labour Party, we just had the whole spectacle about who testified against who and who didn't testify against who. But they told them gone back inside the party and they closed the door. Right? No more of that. But, then every spat in another political space is turned into a media campaign, right? So the party is always seen as a pretty pristine glass window representation under one strong leader. That is what it always has to be. And I am arguing that that is not what democracy is. Does that answer your question?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, all right. So the HH political strategy that I really want to focus in on, that I think is really interesting, and I think that we have to understand what is happening with the Democratic Labour Party in Barbados under the context of this political strategy, is what happens to the political opposition when the HH strategy and the politourgeoisie are operating together in particular jurisdictions. And this is where a kind of analysis across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and Barbados becomes interesting.
Yeah.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines gains its independence on October 27th, 1979. Milton Cato carries it into its independence under the St. Vincent Labour Party. In 1979, there's the soufre that erupts, there's Hurricane Allen. Go back to the conversation that I was having about political gaslighting and this world that we exist in within the Caribbean, where our politics really doesn't make sense. So you have a natural disaster, and that natural disaster is somehow turned into the responsibility of a particular government. You can think about, there's a number of things that this happens with. It happens with natural disasters. It also happens with economic downturns. And these things are really what are used to drive the political imagination of the Caribbean. And they get wrapped around a particular leader or a particular party, and the party is blamed for it. And this usually becomes the weakening of the party, right? So tourism, agriculture, and bananas are affected during these two natural disasters. And it leads to the demise, it begins to lead to the demise of Cato and the St. Vincent Labour Party. In 1984, Mitchell captures the government with the New Democratic Party and retains power until 2000. So we see with St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica perhaps a feature of their democracies that we did not see with Barbados, which is that you have these leaders that come in and they kind of stay on the throne for a very long time. And my argument is that that model begins to capture the attention of another generation of politicians behind the nationalist generation, but whose political philosophy came out of the playbook of the Pillar Bourgeoisie as opposed to the nationalist project. Because although Mitchell and some of the others reigned for a very long time, they reigned under what was very much a nationalist democratic project, where the needs of the majority were considered. But with the Pillar Bourgeoisie, it kind of short circuits that nationalist project and connects us directly back into the plantation, where the minority is leading the majority, but for the gain of the minority. Okay.
Well, listen, Marsha,
I'm sorry.
It is 8:01, but no. Can we just take a break here, because I've had Mr. Alex Mitchell waiting, but
Sure.
this, honestly, I have to be honest. It is very. I love this kind of thing because it's answering a lot of questions that I've had, and I would love for you to stick around. And if it's better for us to take it slow than to rush it.
Yeah, you're good.
Because I still have questions on this slides that I have. Okay.
No worries.
So yes, people are enjoying it, and I'm not, I'm being honest. It is a very good presentation. So if you would just hang on, please, and let me bring in my brother here, Mr. Alex Mitchell, and he's been listening, and I know and watching as well. All right. So Marsha, just wait in the green room, and then we're going to bring you back in later on in the program. Well, I have with me here from the Bajan Free Party, Mr. Alex Mitchell, and he has a few minutes with us tonight. Mr. Mitchell, welcome back to the Marcia Week Show.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you very, very well.
Oh,
very
good.
well. Loud and clear, sir. I see you're in your army fatigue and
No, Marine.
Marine. You're not in it. It's on your couch. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, welcome to the Marcia Week Show. My first question to you, sir, if those who don't know Alex Mitchell, who is Alex Mitchell?
Alex Mitchell is a born Barbadian who lived in South America, then went to America, joined the military up there for about nearly 2 decades. And then eventually I was called in to come here and do a little work.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
So that is Alex Mitchell.
Yeah.
That's Alex Mitchell. You were born here. Where in Barbados were you born?
Well, I first came home in Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went to Military Road in Bush Hall. Then I went to Birch Path at the corner there in the Pine. And then I went off to South America. Then I came back for a day and I went off to America.
Mm.
Yeah.
And did I miss it? What were you doing in South America?
Living, going to school, Suriname. They call it Dutch Guyana at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you speak in Dutch?
I could only remember how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that type of thing. That's the numbers. I still love the numbers.
You went to school, you did secondary school or just
I went to school there for 2 years.
For 2 years.
Yeah,
Understood.
so I had Dutch in my head. So when I came back to English, it took me a little time to switch back over.
To switch back, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yeah. So, Alex, why did you decide to be a candidate in this by-election?
Well, Violet Beckles always told me to run, Mr. Mitchell, run. You'll get it sooner or later. And to clear up the mess that was created by others, it will then allow me to be get it fixed, because the legal profession, it was so corrupt that anyone that came with any worth or value, they got very greedy for what belonged to others. And that's what happened. And they went to every kind of means to hide whatever it is that you have, even changing the history of Barbados, because it's so massive. And people really don't comprehend. It took me a while to get it, because I was like, I never ran into anything this big, and I had to go to bed and I had to travel in my sleep. I had to ask questions and wake up and get answers, because I wasn't there at the roots of the corruption, right? So they can figure out how I knew what they did, even though I wasn't here. About from 1986 to 2003 when I came in, February 19th, actually. And I just kept digging away. I went to my family history. I did everything that an investigator would do, and everything just hit me hard. I mean, even till today, 22 years later, it still grabs me. The amount of you could write a book, a movie on this. I mean, it's so amazing. I trained for things like this, but I never thought that would actually come into it. And it is tremendous. It's like the sun hitting the moon, or the moon hitting the earth to me. That's how big it is.
That's how big it is.
Yeah. People think it's something small, but it had to have about 2,000 or 3,000 people cooperating in corrupting the system, because it could feed everyone that touches it. It can feed it. And that is why we are in the situation that we're in. So based upon my investigation and archaeological evidence and wills, books, archives, land registry, newspaper reports, letters. I mean, my mother said to me, she don't know why I didn't go crazy yet. But I tell her, if I'm already crazy, it's just natural.
So you're basically saying that because of this widespread corruption, land corruption, is what prompted you to want to be a candidate in this by-election.
Yes, because Barbados doesn't have a constitution. They say they're going to have a constitution in 6 months after they removed it, November 30th, 2021.
Well, let's be clear. So we don't have a Republican constitution, but
yes, I get that. But when they removed the constitution
now, but it's not Republican.
Yeah, and they removed the constitution. Then they say 6 months they'll have it. Then it went to 18 months after that. Now we are in over 40 months, and we don't have the rule of law. And any act or law that they want to pass, you must have a constitution to make sure that you don't violate the constitution. So we cannot run by Barbados by a constitutional committee to say, hey, can I jump up and say hello? And for them to come back and say, okay, that's your constitutional right. Every little thing that you want to do, it has to go to the committee to see if that's your constitutional right. And then they're running Barbados, on the other hand, under a soft martial law, when the military runs with the police. And then now you are in a transformation committee. So now we are in transformation because we're under martial law. So the Constitution can't come in until the martial law ends. And the Constitution doesn't say when the martial law ends.
So I understand the point you're making about us not having the Republican Constitution, though we understand that they amended the old Constitution so that we would still have a Constitution.
Well, where is it? I went to the publishing and I can't get it.
Yeah, you can get it though if you just you Google. You can get the.
No. To be official, The government printer has to print it. It's something that you have to hold in your hand. It's a document that you must possess. So now you can't tell me, oh, go Google it. When I go Google Barbados, it says that the president chooses the prime minister, when you know the prime minister that chooses the president. So we can't trust Google. We cannot be vague in the supreme law of the land, right? Once they come with a constitution, they need to go over it. We need to agree upon it, and it needs to be in place.
Yeah.
So we can't play these legalese.
I'm in full agreement with you that we do need the Republican Constitution. My view on it, Alex, is that we should not, the citizens should say, we are not going to get ourselves involved in any general election if we do not have the Republican.
Yes, but the thing is, they're still going to go ahead and do it. And if we just stay out of the Constitution, they're going to say, oh, we call an election is free and fair, which is not, like the young lady was saying, and then say, oh, nobody didn't show up. And when people show up, then they say, well, you could have joined. So the thing is, when you're under a despot dictatorship, you follow the rules trying to get in, even though they're being circumvented, because now you're calling in people who is retired to monitor the people who are still there. And these are I don't know where the prime minister have the authority to bring in people to watch the Electoral and Boundaries Committee if they think that they're going to do fraud, which I do not believe that they're going to do fraud. But I believe that the people that they bring back from retirement is there to make sure that they win. They should not be interfering with what's going on.
I agree with you with that. They bring back people in.
They're not supposed to do that.
Yeah. But let me ask you something. What are some of the issues? So those are some of the general issues, which are important issues: corruption with land and so on,
and elections.
And elections,
because
yes.
I feel that the boxes we have should be clear so we can see right through them. When we have the special part where the police or the military may vote early, right? Anybody could put more papers inside that box. We can't see what's in that box before we get it. We don't know what's in there. They're not being weighed, and then say, okay, it weighs 3 pounds, and then election day it could weigh 5 pounds. It could already be stuff. We can't see what's in it. Yeah. Before they close it, and we don't have a good monitor of it.
Right. So we're dealing with, as I said, those general issues where where you're dealing with land, corruption of land, and corruption with the election process.
Yes.
Now, what I want to ask you now, as it relates to St. James North, what are some of the key issues in that constituency?
The key issues are the flooding.
Flooding. Tell me about that.
The roads are built below the land, so the water settles on top of the land. So you either have to raise the road another 5 or 6 inches so the water can run off to the side instead of having pools of water. Right? I went out there when it was raining to see, because you can't go out there on a sunny day and ask what it looked like. So I went out there when it was raining, all that rain we had. We went out there and we took pictures to show, what kind of, they didn't have as much rain as we did, but people can't get at their house and walk through 4 or 5 inches of water to go to school, or even and the garbage trucks don't even go down there to pick up the garbage.
There's a flooding. Do you remember any particular areas? Any areas?
I forgot the name of the streets, yes, but it's not, that's on the other side. It's not too far. Wait a minute, where is it? It's not too far from the constituency office. It's between there and the fish market and the
I know the area
and the fire station.
Yes.
So up in the area, if I can remember right, near the Horny Ram or somewhere back there or whatever, yeah. So the thing is, you can't tell me that's been going on for 20 years and 30 and 0 can't fix that. You don't need to call the election for somebody to say, we're going to fix that if you vote for me. It could be fixed right now with a phone call, right? It could be fixed right now. So, I mean, it amazes me that you have a government of 30 and 0 that has been in the government for, say, 7 years. And I keep asking people, tell me one thing in 2018 that was done for the people, not to. We know what was done to the people, okay? For the people. 2018. Nobody can't tell me. 2019. Tell me one thing they did for you in 2019. Nothing. 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We know about the taxes and the COVID and all of that. Forget that. What has the government done for you besides raise your taxes, garbage money, VAT money on airport fee tickets, landing and taking off, fuel prices, food raising going up. Oh, we're going to move you from $6.50 to $8.50, and bread goes up $2 or $3, which takes away your money. The bus fares and everything that they do. And you can't say, well, we raised the pension fare by $50, and you took it back with $37.75, and then another $7.75. Then the bus fare goes up to $3.50. But you subtract that, all they did was calculate to give the pensioners exactly how much money extra they need to give back to them, which then with higher prices create more taxes. So they don't need to pass a budget, right? They take us to $10.50. Almost everything that you want to buy is going to cost you an hour of your life. If you work 40 hours a week, that means you can buy 40 items. Eggs is almost $10. A little milk is nearly $10. A loaf of bread is nearly $10. Half a pound of butter is $10. Okay? And everything's going to go up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when they tax the salt and the sugar, that also put things up in the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then you got people arbitrarily raising your property taxes. We came out of a pandemic and they want to sell people's property because they couldn't pay, because it wasn't working, because this was all done by the government. But yet they didn't have any taxes from 1968 to 2000, over $1 billion, and they wrote that off. They could have wrote that off for COVID, right? For the people.
Yeah.
But again,
So Alex, Mr. Mitchell, so specifically to St. James North, we're dealing with, you're talking about flooding. Of course,
yes,
there's some economic
garbage. The pensioners were complaining. They get like $1,068, and by the time they pay their water, light, internet, and food bill, they're broke. They can't do anything. Everybody out there is struggling. They're trying to do the best they can. And and the older people, I mean, they were supposed to pass some type of elderly legislation, which I think is not necessary. If you apply the law of abuse and fraud, you wouldn't have to worry about it. But the older people are being abused. I go all the way up that area, and I see, not to say anything about other CARICOM people, but I see Guyanese working, I see Indians working, I see Chinese working, I see Italian-looking people working. And Barbadians don't have any jobs. The work is not focused at them. And all the major contractors are not born in Barbados, and they're bringing who they want. So we're at the point where we are suffering. You got foreigners asking people to sell their land. Sell it and go where? In the same area. They can't sell the land because most of the land that they live on up there, I already have a deed for it, right? Give you an example dealing with that area. There is a plantation called Risk Plantation, and my deed has it at 764.75 acres of land. When you go on the internet, whether it's Wikipedia, 1913's Barbados, whether it's the other one that they have, it's not there. It's not listed. Just like BlackRock is not listed. So people feel that they can do what they want and come in and intimidate and harass people and block their path to their homes in the back. Town and country planning has to make sure that when you allow foreigners to build in front of people's homes, that they have a right of way to get to their property that's in the back. They're not doing that.
No,
right?
wow.
So
that makes a lot of sense. But so tell me, Mr. Mitchell, what does good representation? What would it look like in St. James North?
Well, they were pretty frustrated with the people that was there before, that never did anything, and a lot of them did not vote because they didn't do anything. And so I don't know how these people got into office, right? They confronted me about, right? Because like I said, it's called the Risk Plantation deed that I have, and it's big, and it even has Whole Town on it. So if somebody's coming in and buying Whole Town, you got to get past me, because I don't know how anybody came into possession of something that we own for somebody to offer to sell to somebody overseas.
Well, I mean, the truth is that they've already sold it.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. That is like saying you wake up in the morning, your car is missing, and when you find it, the police going to tell you, well, we found your car, but it was already sold. That doesn't make any sense. That's corruption and criminality.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't give you the right to break the law.
In the community, so you are going to represent.
This is the community I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just summarizing what you're saying, Mr. Mitchell. So good representation in St. James North for you would be representing people on land issues. It seems to me flooding, the pensioners, you know,
unemployment.
Yes.
People have children that need help. They're living in when you go up and down Highway 1, and my paperwork is supposed to own both sides of Highway 1. The people, they got restaurants and things, business on one side of the road on the right. You have big houses over on the left-hand side. And you have people in the back in tenantries, right? That living in wooden houses. They are in a flood, hurricane zone, tsunami zone. So living in the wooden house, there's no way for them to survive. Those houses need to be walled. They need to be upstairs, downstairs. Like Guyana, the first floor in the flood area is like 12 or 15 feet high before you put on the next top so that you can survive, or you're going to need a boat station outside your house. So when the water rises, it'll rise and you can walk out the second floor into your boat because your car will be underwater, right? So they're in a very dangerous situation. And I don't, even with the Bay Land, is the same type of thing, right? We are not even ready for the next fraudulent pandemic. We're not ready for the next tsunami. We're not ready for the next hurricane. You know, it seems like we are set up for a mass casualty event where Kickham Jenny or HARP may interfere with the atmosphere. And we're going to have a lot of people down in Barbados. And I don't want to hear no song and dance because we have time for prevention, right? So we promise the people out there, not just promise because we can get it done. We told the people that, you know, our plan across all of Barbados, because we have land in every parish and every constituency, based on 200 plantations plus, that we're going to build 44,100 new homes, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and we're going to rent them up on our own land for $500 a month. If you're 65 and over, we're only going to charge you $250 because we're the people that built all these houses throughout Barbados. This is Beatrice. This is the lady that bought the 200 plantations in Barbados, okay? She bought them from 1926 to 1969, and she leave everything to her niece right here, Violet Beckles, in this paper right here, and then I'm next in line in the family chain. So the thing is, you know,
so you are a part of the family.
Yes. See, it says right here by deed alone, the High Court moved against land fraud, and this is October 2004, right? I got to keep records because, you know, people like to call your names. And here's the original paper. It's right here, okay? And
this is part of what you're planning.
Yes.
To do. Okay.
Yeah, so that's November 12, 2004, okay? 200, it says it right here. So the thing is, the reality is that a lot of people get pushed around, they get moved around. And when you check the internet, you check the archives, like I keep telling people that the archives did not burn down. A building in back of the guard shack burned down, and they lead people by false and misleading information that the archives burnt down. The information is still there, right? Even though, because I went and took pictures and posted, the archives did not burn down. That is another fabrication by the government.
Well, we have 2 minutes this time around. We hope you will visit us again. What can you say to the people of St. James North?
Tell the people of St. James North, if they want action, they vote for a decorated U.S. Marine, honorable discharge. I'm not a politician. In order for me to be a politician, I have to lie to you, buy your vote, get in, raise your taxes, rob you, and about 6 months before the 5 years is over, give you little trinkets so I could stand up and say, under our administration, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? We're talking day one. They want. I already got an engineer to look at housing and also fixing the water issue with the flooding. Right. I'm already talking to the engineer. He's agreed to deal with me, and we're going to go out there and see what can be done to correct the problem. Because with 30 and 0, you shouldn't have any problem fixing anything, right? And you only need 16 to deal with the government to be in charge. You need 20 to do constitution, and you could lose 10 seats and still be in charge. So there's no reason for anybody to use that as a political. I mean, if you've been in government for 7 years with 30 and 0, you should be able to stand there on your own and say what the government has done. Now, I don't have a prime minister vouching for me or trying to help me get elected, because if you look at their record, they have done nothing for you. Nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was just there, as you're talking, I'm taking notes, etc. And I want to say that there's some of these issues that you're speaking on that whenever you get a chance, I would like to. I've made notes on them just to talk about. I want to talk a bit more about the housing project, the initiative that you have there, and the next time that you come on, sir, I will also ask you that when you are canvassing, if you can send me, Alex, I know you might be by yourself. Well,
I was with John Wayne Scantlebury and a news group, not the regular ones that you normally know, found us canvassing, took a few pictures. So I'm waiting to see what they're going to put up. Yes. Right? Because because of the dangerous gang leaders that we are dealing with, which is in the office of the prime ministership, we can't be out there safe because we are seen as a threat to them, right? So therefore, we just go and do what we got to do, because sometimes the other people may call us and say, tell me where you're going to be today.
Yeah.
And we'll come out and take pictures, right? We don't know who they're reporting back to, and then there's a drive-by or something happened. Right. So we just go and do what we got to do, right? We take our precaution. We wear our bulletproof vests when we walk.
I saw you with bulletproof vests out there. But yes. Listen to me. Call me, and I'm going to see if I can come and capture some footage while you're canvassing. Because
okay, but once I tell you that, don't go and tell other people, because everybody's not your friend.
Oh Lordy, so I can't come because then I go live and they might come.
No, you could go live. It's okay. But I'm saying I don't want nobody. If I say I'm going to be on King Street, right? Somebody may get to King Street before me and waiting for me.
Yeah, I understand.
Right?
No problem. Well, I hope I'll be safe with you all in your bulletproof vest. But I will come out and do the best that I can. Okay, so keep in touch with me. And Alex, just know this is we call ourselves the loyal opposition. And once we're not defaming anybody on here, you and I have our conversation.
Yeah.
That's no problem. Okay.
But one thing, truth is not defamation. You may not want to hear it. Alex, and I know the rules. So I didn't call any names, but trust me, when I'm out in campaigning, I call all the names, because when I show things, people want evidence before they decide. They don't want hearsay. They don't want no promises. And I tell people they can record me speaking, they can share it, they can post it. I speak by way of affidavit, the highest form of law. And if you lie on an affidavit, you can get 5 years in prison in America. So I hold that with me. Yes. So and our manifesto is an affidavit manifesto, because I know what we can do.
You followed our rules, and you're free to come back on. Alex, thank you so much.
Anytime.
Very exciting presentation tonight, and you always crack me up. All right, God bless you, Alex, and we'll see you again. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Bye. Yes, so guys, that was Mr. Alex Mitchell, and he is a candidate as well in the St. James North by-election from the BAJAN Free Party. There's also Stephanie Williams, who is also an independent candidate. We did not get a chance to interview her tonight because she had some technical issues, but you can rest assured we're going to keep working with her and to make sure that she will be able to come on and you'll be able to see her and get to meet her tonight as well. I know that in St. James North that Felicia Dujon has a spot meeting that is happening in St. James North tonight. Okay, well, you're seeing two. I'm going to say this, dumplings from the diaspora. And that doesn't mean that any of them look like a dumpling. It just doesn't mean that it's sweetness. You know, we like dumplings. Caribbean people, we love dumplings in our soup. You like dumplings in your soup, Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
You like dumpling? Listen, somebody actually told me, listen, they told him our Hines. What is going on here? You are related.
No, I don't think so.
We just came on the same slave ship.
Pretty much, yeah. Probably the same slave master.
I'm gonna have to say Marsha. But listen, Marsha, you know that somebody told me that they one of the reasons they divorced their wife was because they would not put any dumpling in the soup, and they were dead serious.
I don't feel it's about no soup, Marcia. If you look me to my face and call me fat.
Marcia, I heard a different line to that same story. I heard of a man who divorced his wife because she wouldn't break the macaroni. She won't break the macaroni.
You see, these are discussions you have when you're dating.
Correct.
Oh,
and you put soup in my. Thank God
exactly.
They've had that discussion with me, and I've been I make sure I put dumplings in the soup. I make sure. but guys, I love the diaspora. I was in the diaspora, and so I love when you guys come on the show. I am one who believe that you should vote. That's a whole nother discussion. But I have these two diasporans on tonight, and do you know what? Adrian had his whole presentation, but he's listening to you, Marsha, and he said to me, Marcia, please allow Marsha to continue her discussion tonight. And I think this is a kind of people that we have on the show. You will hear Mr. Murray do these kind of things. Caswell, all of them. There's that spirit of team. And I love that because I'm enjoying it as well. Although I know the people telling me they want to hear from Mr. Hines. So don't blame me. Don't blame. I get your WhatsApp. They want to know, is he coming back on? When is he coming? They would want you to come on every night. He told me to let Marsha a little bit give him, but I will keep him there. And what we can do, Marsha, if you don't mind, we can share the space, okay? Yeah, and I'll give way to Alex. To Mr. Hines to ask questions, etc. So I'm gonna you're gonna put your stuff back up and go right ahead, Marsha, and you and Mr. Hines will go back and forth. Okay, go right ahead.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So we were talking about 1984. James Mitchell captures the government. And this is where I think we see democracy working. So I'm not arguing that democracy never worked in the Caribbean, or nationalist democracy more specifically, that it never worked. It did work during the period when it was connected inextricably to the people. When it was the project of the people, it worked. But my argument is that to really understand where we are in Barbados, and I saw a question from a viewer about, what does the future of Barbados look like? We have to understand that during the 1990s, definitely by the early 2000s, definitely by the time we get to HH strategy and this type of kingmaking, that there is absolutely a fracture of democracy away from the people and into the hands of the politourgeoisie. So the New Democratic Party retains power until 2000. Arnim Eustace leads the party into the 2001 election. He loses to Ralph Gonzalez, and the Unity Labour Party takes over at that point and continues into the present. Now, my argument is that is where we see a complete failure of democracy. Because if we go back to other bones of the strategy that I noted, you can't say that this is what the people on the ground in these democracies are doing if you accept and understand that the election machinery is manipulated. Okay. And like I said, we can talk. You already started the discussion weeks before about what some of those machinations in the machinery look like, and that could be a whole other study or paper, or study and or paper by itself. So in the case of Dominica, Dominica becomes independent on November 3rd, 1978. Patrick John leads the Dominican Labour Party to form the first government, and then Oliver Severin Fien takes over in May 7 in 1979. Now here we see a perfect example of nationalist democracy working, because the government only lasts, I think it was 8 months in office, and it is short-lived because of corruption. There's a crisis in the cabinet, and Seraphine has to step in and take over from John. 1979, much as with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have Hurricane David, which basically turns Dominica into a disaster zone. And this is why I think history is such an important, when we talk about rescuing the Caribbean, when we talk about recapturing the imagination of the young people in Barbados and across the Caribbean, history is an important ingredient, right? Because when we hear about the hurricanes of the modern time, the recent ones that would have passed through, the damage done to Dominica and Grenada and that kind of thing, there may be some young people who may believe that this is the first time that we're undergoing these kinds of things in the Caribbean, when there's actually a long legacy. And the long legacy of the destruction of these kinds of natural disasters and that kind of thing is very integrated into the political project, and has, I would say, kind of a terminal effect on the democracy. Because at the end of the day, if your topsoil is gone, and your agriculture is gone, and your tourism is gone, then obviously that has some limitation, or it has an impact on what it is that is the possibility. But what I am saying is that the way that politics works in the Caribbean is that those are not the discussions that we have. These disasters are turned into convenient political points, right? And that is then manipulated through the political gaslighting to the benefit of the politourgeoisie most of the time. So in 1980, and this is I think Eugenia Charles is obviously a fascination of mine all by herself. And Women in Caribbean Politics by Cynthia Barrow Giles is where you can pick up, I think, one of the analyses that have been done about Eugenia and her career and her impact on Jamaica, impact on Dominica, in case people want to pick that up a little more. So in 1980, Eugenia Charles comes in with a party that she forms. I don't know how many people know that. It's not just the party that she took the leadership of. She actually is integral in creating this political machinery. And she leads it to victory in the 1980. And interestingly, one of the major issues in her campaign, one of the major issues around which she forms this political machinery, is the notion of media suppression and the diminution of the media in Dominica. Okay. Now, again, we see something that is different from Barbados, and we have to accept that, in that she becomes the strong leader from 1980 to 1995. And I contextualize the nationalist strong leaders versus a strong leader under the politourgeoisie, so I won't go over that. But even with the strong leaders, you still see the democracy shining through, right? So James emerges in 1995. There's again Hurricane Lewis and that whole cycle of the natural disasters and what happens. We have democracy working again, parties splintering, parties reforming, coalitions emerging. Rosie Douglas, his connection to Canada, again, important in terms of how the diaspora spaces provide support for these individuals, sometimes spaces where they cut their political teeth, they come back into the Caribbean, they serve, sometimes they run back to the diaspora for exile, for reprieve, for peace, etc., etc. Pierre Charles comes after Rosie Douglas suffers a heart attack. He dies in 2004. Roosevelt Skerritt takes over. Democracy in Barbados, democracy in Dominica, as I am suggesting, terminates, because then you have almost a completion of the H8 strategy. Democracy dies, and you have no further elections. So in St. Vincent, sorry, not that you don't have elections, but the elections go back to what I'm saying, it's like the emperor in his new clothes, where it is all performative, right? These things are happening, but they're not changing anything, because the strategy is an effective and a complete strategy.
Right,
So
diminution of the political opposition. So let me just see, any thought on this before we move to the next slide, Mr. Hines, Adrian?
Not really. No, this is good history, good understanding, and good tying it back to Barbados under the heading of Hartley Henry, and his approach to what we currently have today. So
Right.
I'm following it along that line, but
All right.
more
Okay.
broadly, it subsumes into the whole concept of Westminster and how I understood it. So
Yeah, excellent. Okay, back to you, Marsha.
So really what we end up with in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a 25-year rule. When we think of 25-year rules, we're thinking of monarchies. That's not democracy, right? There's just no, I don't know how you could, under any definition of or justification of democracy, call a 25-year unbroken rule a democratic result or something that happens in a democratic process. In Dominica, you have a 20-year rule. And in Barbados, for the first time, and this is why I argue now, perhaps with the flopping from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica to Barbados, you really understand the HH effect, right? Because a democracy that has never operated in this way before now takes on the complexion of what we see happening in these other two entities. And for the first time, we have this 30 love situation that has gone twice now. And if we look at the by-election situation and all that is playing out, continues to want to legitimate itself. So what I'm arguing is that I'm not arguing this in this particular piece of research, but I will just say that in the context of the by-election, then, this is very much what is at stake in this by-election. The question comes down to, do we want to continue to legitimate HH strategy, king-making, the politourgeoisie's democracy, or do we want to move towards something different? And this is where it becomes complicated. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't complicated, because at the end of the day, the H8 strategy has operated in Barbados across both sides of the political divide. That is just the history, and the history doesn't lie. So at the end of the day, while the country has a real opportunity to break or to begin the process of breaking the back of the politourgeoisie led by Mia Mottley in Barbados at this point in time, obviously there has to be something more that comes after that. But I am arguing that the history and the comparative analysis between St. Lucia, Dominica, and Barbados helps us to really understand that what we are seeing is not accidental. What we are seeing is a strategy that is playing out. There is no accident, I am suggesting, that where this HH strategy is present, you have, to use my granny's words, oppositions that just can't spraddle and can't catch themselves. That is not accidental. It is quite strategic.
Yeah.
So I was
reading your stuff here on the screen, and I'm like, wow. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is what I sit in the back of the library and do. Contrary to popular belief, this is what I like to do. So I just created this slide so that you get a snapshot of what the strategy of diminution of the opposition looks like, right? And like I said, because I was talking to, most of my work is qualitative. I'm not a quant specialist, so I ain't interested in the polls. I ain't interested in, I'm not a political scientist. I use the political science in praxis. So, and interestingly, I have to say this for all of the people too who think I just walk around hating men all day. I don't. Most of this research that I am doing through women advocates across the Caribbean. Because if you are being a woman's advocate is about a redistribution of power. And so you have to understand to begin with how power is constructed, right? So I was talking to some colleagues in St. Vincent and the Grenadines today, just to make sure that I'm not sitting and coming up with all of this in my head, but it is not connected to anything that they know. And I will also go through the same process for Dominica, right? So what does this strategy look like? You offer key jobs to opposition members and candidates. So we get crossing of the floor, we get rancor within the political organization, and it looks to us like if it's just, oh, look, these people collapse. But it's not a collapse. It's actually an orchestrated, systemic attack on the political organization. You make life difficult for the faithfuls who stay, right? So people are constantly accosted. People are constantly bombarded. They're labeled as people who do not like the country, who don't want development to happen in the country. And the reality of the situation is that some people can deal with that and many more people can't, right? Plants, actual physical plants are placed in the party. We may see the manipulation of information technology, bugging systems, but we also have physical people that are inserted into the machinery of the party. Now, like I said, some of these strategies do not start with H.H. King making specifically. So that is not what I am arguing. But what I am saying is that playbooks of the available strategies, these are the ones I think that come together to that when we organize this strategy and we ask ourselves, okay, what does H.H. King making look like? These are some of the elements I am suggesting of the playbook. And of course, when you're writing as an academic, you're not writing because you're right? You're writing because this is what your analysis has led you to. And there's always somebody that can say, yes, you're right. No, you're wrong. You're right on these three. That one I don't see, etc., etc. There's infrastructural development and patronage inextricably tied to the political party. And you're from Jamaica, Marcia, so I think you can tell us more about this than I can even tell you, because there are brilliant analyses done by, for example, Deborah Thomas, where we understand the creation of Tivoli Gardens, what we understand as Tivoli Gardens. Again, that doesn't start with Do the Skoke. Do the Skoke is an event, one in a line of many. And so where we didn't have that kind of rabid political patronage and infrastructural development perhaps being a feature of our politics in other places in the Caribbean, we now see that. So again, it's another way of saying all roads lead to the Prime Minister. All power is the Prime Minister's, and dole is given according to a dole is given for as a reward for drinking the Kool-Aid, basically. So the opposition,
Alex,
Adrian,
yes,
quick, a little bit of devil's advocate. Do we have a democracy in Barbados, or do we have a representative democracy? Because that's the argument the naysayers will come with, that we don't have true democracy. We have representative democracy. What do you say to that?
I don't know that I believe to begin that democracy was ever anything but representative. Democracy is very much leadership of the majority by the minority. And so once you whittle the entire majority down to that minority, there are always going to be people who are not represented, right? And this is why, like I said, the piece that we leave off at the end is so important. It is supposed to be leadership of the majority by the minority for the benefit of the majority. For the benefit of the majority. But I would argue that if we think and look at least at, like I said, democracy in the Caribbean, we have never had that. Because, like I said, some people will argue that the plantation was a democratic enterprise, right? It all depends on how you define those terms
Define it. Yep.
and what you understand them to mean.
Yeah.
The opposition party is blamed for legitimate protests. So think here of Dominica just the other day. When people on the ground were uncomfortable with what I am arguing are those machinations of changing and manipulating the electoral process. So people were like, hey, you're getting a little too blatant with it now. We don't like this. And that led to legitimate protests, I would argue, from the people of Dominica. And then you see that this becomes a narrative that is used to make the opposition party seem irresponsible, seem like it is trying to destabilize the country, when really and truly these are things by the virtue of the politourgeoisie being what it is, that the politourgeoisie is doing. So when you talk about gaslighting and you understand what it means to gaslight somebody, you really understand then how political gaslighting becomes a critical component of politourgeoisie democratic processes. Now, this one here is a really interesting one that I am watching, and I haven't heard anybody else in Barbados talking about it. But I am wondering, it's almost like we have some really politically astute gunmen in Barbados, because all of a sudden they've gotten very preoccupied with this by-election and the shooting has stopped. Like, doesn't anyone else notice this? We have some politically astute gunmen. They have paused their activities. I can only assume that they're canvassing and doing all the things that, you know, the rest of us going to political meetings and that kind of thing, because all of a sudden everything is quiet. And so I am suggesting that when we think about the diminution of our opposition, we have to think about how crime is being mobilized. When the people are made frightened, when the people are made distracted by what is happening with crime, when that stops, what are the connections in the cycle? We definitely see in St. Vincent and the Grenadines this almost political shadow cast over the police service. I think rightfully the people in Barbados were very concerned when a certain call was made during COVID that resulted in a particular activity happening. So there is this mobilization of crime and the criminal element as a political tool. And again,
Yeah, I want to jump in there just for half a minute because I don't want to take up your time. Just to say to you, Marsha, that is, you know, it just reminds me, you know, of Jamaica. When I see that, and when you said it, I started to think to myself, yeah, but how come we were having, even if we didn't have a death a day, we were having lots of shootings. All of a sudden, I mean, we did have them held up the Brinks thing, and then we have a few cars being stolen and so on. They probably didn't get the memo. But really and truly, you're not hearing this whole lot of pow, all over. And it reminds me, seriously reminds me of politics in Jamaica. But continue, please.
Absolutely. That's exactly what. So again, none of this is too far-fetched, because in a way it fits the political molds in the Caribbean. And if you read Deborah Thomas, and I think she's just an excellent scholar when it comes to understanding the political process and how the political and the social go together in the Caribbean, she says that none of this is new. All of it comes from the plantation. Massa created havoc and made people scared when he wanted to. He stopped that when he wanted to. It is all almost like a game of political puppetry, right? We're constantly on the strings. One man, one vote is diluted, like I said. So we have a series of closed door meetings. So there are individuals in Barbados, in Dominica, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines who get a double vote. They get a vote because they are connected to the mechanisms that are needed by the political party to enable patronage, and they get a single vote as well. So their votes are worth more than our votes as the average individuals. And then you see, like I mentioned before, it happens as well with party financiers. Their vote is worth more because their money extends basically their vote and their party support. And then, like I said, you have the manipulation of the political process, the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, as well as how we gerrymander, which means how we fix the constitutional boundaries so that, you know, there are advantages and that kind of thing. And I'm trying to seek examples because if my memory serves me correct, there have been some notable examples of that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I want to say at least one in Dominica as well. And then, of course, like I said, you know, the Dominica riots, how that is, how it is captured in the media, as well as what was enshrined in some of those electoral reform bills, some of the things that we have seen in Barbados. We stopped talking about the digital ID. But is there any connection with the digital ID, the voters list? And of course, I would think that you know that is a rhetorical question, because of course there is.
Yeah. Miss, just let me. Oh, well, finish already. Let me just say. Let me just say. You know. Let me just make this comment, as because I know we're going to go into a discussion, and I can see people are messaging. You know, you can read the chat to Marsha and Mr. Hines. I will say this, that, you know, looking at this slide here tonight is one of the reasons, Marsha, that I do this show. Because I mean, I didn't have this breakdown here, but I had the sense that you could tell that someone is trying to obliterate any opposition that there is, Adrian. Somebody in this country it's a deliberate strategy. You talk about plants in the system, right? I've been watching and hearing about that. I'm looking at the crime situation. You know, I'm looking how they're offering. You do remember Heinz's? Do you remember when they offered, when the DLP was offered 2 Senate seats by the BLP? And I was laying on my bed the other night and I said, listen, whoever made that decision in the DLP not to accept those seats, and I think it must have been Berla de Pisa. I can, somebody could you know, just, I don't know who did it, but the point is that was one of the best decisions that they made in the upholding of democracy and true opposition in this country, because they offer key jobs to opposition members and candidates. Me myself, when I just started this out, I was called to tell them the budget, and they would put on any of my productions and all these kinds of things. It's a buying out of people. And so I think this slide, I don't know what we could do with this slide, but this slide here is so important. That's my initial contribution to this discussion. Let me go to Adrian.
Yeah, Marcia, for one, I hope that you will curate Dr. MYRIE Hines' contribution tonight by itself, so I can go over it again. Yeah, a lot of things she touched on. I pretty much touched on with regards to how I dealt with Westminster and making people understand it. The whole concept of a monarchy. A monarchy has situated itself beneath the folds of the republic. given how the Prime Minister's office is constituted and currently run by this one, all of these things point to that. The whole concept of a kingmaker, all of this comes out of Westminster, England. Remember, the English came up with Westminster because over the years they had grown to love the monarchy, but not necessarily the monarchs. So the question was, when we have a bad monarch, how do we get rid of him? Well, they took the royal prerogative away from the monarch and gave it to the prime minister. So if we have a good prime minister, we can vote for him 25 years down the road. If he's bad, we get rid of him. We have the monarchy as a ceremonial entity that we can look at, but the real power, which matters to us in terms of how we live, is now within the office of the prime minister. That concept is more real in Barbados. That British concept is more real in Barbados today than it is in England, right? Especially under this prime minister, right? Where Dr. MYRIE Hines talks about the collusion of the current leader of the Boundaries Commission with relation to his political relationships. Remember, I talked about this. I always say the tentacles of the prime minister's office runs throughout the government via patronage / corruption, because it's really corruption, but they call it patronage. So a lot of things that Dr. MYRIE Hines is breaking down here with historical context across Barbados and the other Caribbean islands just furthers this understanding that what we have under Westminster, the adaptation that we have, had led us to what we currently see with a prime minister exercising all the powers of that office and to the point of being defined as authoritarian, which really is what it is. So the only way we're going to change, I like to bring things down to what can people do. The only way we're going to change this is if we have a political party or a set of political people that speak to Barbadians with this message that Dr. MYRIE Hines has put on, understanding Westminster and breaking it down so that people understand what we currently have, so that they can go to the polls and vote for the change. It's not going to happen with the current iteration of the political elites that we have. So that's the only way it's going to change. It's going to, whoever gets in, they're going to do the same thing because the system allows for it to happen. And the only way you can change it, like if Motley was really interested, if the prime minister was really interested in making the changes, she could do so now because she has all 30 seats. Because lots of the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority to make the changes, but she's not interested in that. She's interested in exercising all the powers of the office, so that let's say the DLP win, they're not going to win 30 seats, right? That's where you need a 2/3 majority to make the changes that is required for us to truly have an opportunity to exercise, to experience some level of democracy for the people. Until that, we're going to be at the whims and fancies of whoever the leader is.
Wow. Yeah, this is your mic, you're muted. Go ahead, Miss MYRIE.
The point that you're making there, Adrian, about the prime minister's office is so interesting that you mentioned that, because that was one of the conversations that I had today with respect to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where my colleague indicated that 7% of the national budget is spent in St. Vincent and the Grenadines running the prime minister's office alone.
Yep.
Right. Wow. And if we think of Barbados as well, and the thing about it is, without adequate freedom of information, we don't know all the people employed. But I can think of some names, and I'm sure that Barbados can think of some. The loyal opposition can think of some names of some individuals, and I am asking the question. I'm not suggesting this. All of this is research still left for me to do, but I think I remember periods of time when kingmakers in the Caribbean were paid out of the purse of the prime minister's office through tax-paying money. I think that if we go back, if we Google, if we try to find some information, that we will find that kingmakers have been paid with out of the coffers of the government. So that point about how the prime minister's office becomes then the court. Remember, we used to talk about the court, the old English courts, and you know, you wanted to be in the court in some kind of capacity, because this was the route to power. So when we talk about the English influence, we understand then that, you know, some of the things that we're really dealing with here, like I keep arguing, are relics. And this is why I keep invoking the plantation, because the plantation is far from dead.
Yeah, yeah. If we could take a look there, Marsha, on the slide that talks about the strategy of the kingmaker. Can we look at that? I think this. You know, someone said to me today, Adrian, they said, "Oh, you know, the DLP can't be serious about the election in St. James North, you know, and of course, I guess that would also extend to any of the independent." And I said, what do you mean? They said, well, I see only, I mean, these huge posters from Chad Blackman, and you know his thing, you know, because he has these big glitzy posters. He doesn't just have posters, guys. He has these right now Barbados is doing these short billboards, and he has a large side, which I know it's thousands of dollars of the billboard. I'm double checking on the cost of that billboard. Okay, I don't know if he has one. I think Dave might have the picture of it there if he checks his WhatsApp. But
what is it? Electronic?
No. It is
Oh, okay.
no. They know, because you know we don't have these huge billboards that's high off the ground, right? I think they're now creating these shorter ones that they're using to they're billboards, but they're using them to promote different events. So
Okay.
he now has one of that. I know people who do events, and I know the cost of those things. You see, but when they have obliterated the opposition in the sense that they can't even get the subvention, think about it. They don't have the financing. They have done the plants. They put the plants inside of the DLP. You're not saying it, Marsha. I'm saying it. They've done so many different things to destabilize, and that's why I say to people. One of the things I'm happy about, Adrian, is, and I know some of you cuss me for it. I'm very happy. I went to the headquarters, and I'm glad I went there. This is during the convention, because what I saw, the operation, being somebody away from it and seeing and looking on, I could see what exactly is going on with this party. There is an unseen hand, Marsha, as far as I'm concerned, outside, that's manipulating a whole lot of things. And it's happening in the St. James North. What you have here is happening in the St. James North as well. There are people who, even in the media, who they are so influenced and they're so intimidated to carry exactly what is happening with the, you know, in the different campaigns, etc. I'm seeing, when I look at this, you know, just all that is happening, the glitzy political meeting that started from Barclays Park on was it May Day or Labor Day? All of that. Who has money to continue that when the Prime Minister says, listen, Adrian, you remember she said, oh, Beanie Man was in her constituency. She didn't say that he was at the Botanical Gardens. He said, oh, you were in my constituency last night. And then she brought him to her picnic. Who has money in Barbados to outdo that? You know, but
It's a well-oiled strategy. And this is what I want people, you know, I know that we've just started the process of becoming politically astute and connecting these dots. But I really want people to think about the years of political campaigning that characterize the HH years. By now, it is a well-oiled machine that has been effective for, like we said, a number of years in different Caribbean countries. So this is no play now. This is no play. We're refining it as we go. It's being becoming more effective. And what makes it dangerous now is that there are because if you in 2000 and a child who was what like my children's ages, then they're now of voting age. So they don't remember politics before that, right? I remember politics with my granny and that kind of thing, where it's like, she's on bread, a political meeting, granny, because it means that you gotta go and stand up on the street light, with three people, because that very much was what a spot meeting was. But now a spot meeting is almost like a scale of what a national meeting was. And the national meeting is now the scale of what a zonal meeting, so on and so forth. So if you don't come big, you there's no way that you can penetrate that. And obviously, under the media influence, we also have to talk and think about how social media is being utilized, because people will have a difficulty with things like this when it's not coming from the party in power. But the reality is that the party in power has influencers on their on their pay sheets now and that kind of thing. So you have to remember as well that whereas politics in Barbados at one point in time very much rose up around an election, and then we died down and we went back to kind of life after politics, building the country and that kind of thing. Politics is done 365 days a year, every year in Barbados now. There are some people whose job it is to do nothing more than political campaigning. And I think that also is a part, that is something that we see change under the H8 strategy. And again, like I said, these things are continuing to deepen and widen across Barbados. Somebody asked if I think that Barbados has become like.
Before you answer that, Miss Myrie, I think Adrian, you had something. You were saying something there.
No, when I listen to I'm really thankful for the history and how you parlay and correlate it to Barbados in particular, which is my focus. But I'm always mindful of where we are, because I understand why we are where we are, and I understand how we could get out of it, and it includes Barbadians. It includes Barbadians changing their perception, changing their understanding, informing themselves in order to gain the confidence to change. And I find that that's my question now. How do we get beyond all of this H8 strategy and all this stuff? How do we get beyond that through the people? Because it still stands that people have to vote for their government, right? And how can we get into the people's minds so that they go to the ballot box, to the booth, informed to make a decision with them at the center? Because all of what we're talking about is the strategy that is being played out, and it seems like the only role for the Barbadian voter citizen is to play along and do as the strategy suggests. Whereas I'm thinking that we are human beings, we should have some level of independent thought, and that how can we help to inform that independence, that when they go to the poll, that in spite of H8 strategy and all the glitz and glamour, that people will put themselves at the center of the decision as to who they vote for. That I think in all the talks that we have, I find that to be missing. That people don't know what to do. So they go with what they know.
So I'm gonna answer the question in two ways. The first part of the question I answer this way. That is exactly why I continue to do the work I do in the way I do it. It's not by accident, and it's not something that I created. I'm thinking here of Walter Rodney. I'm thinking here of groundings and how he mobilized the groundings to help people to understand what it is that was happening in Jamaica and how they had to organize themselves politically to be able to push back against that.
Marsha, may I just hold you there on that thought, and I hope you don't forget. Miss, we wanted to show all the candidates tonight, and we have Miss Dejan is on speaking, and we just want to capture it. This is live. Okay, so hold your point there. Please write it down. Go ahead, Dave. Thank you so much.
You know what? When I was standing outside Parliament, when I was standing in Bridgetown defending the rights of children, when this government, this unethical government, decided at the dark of night to rob our children of their innocence. I was standing outside, and it was the DLP that stood with me against this government. It is not the first time that they have attempted to violate the rights of children, of mothers, of our elders, of men and youth in this country. And we have continued to fight and defend their rights under the platform of the DLP. We have always been the party of and for the people, and this will never change. So regardless of what they attempt to do, they may call us whatever they want to call us. They may call us the lost decade, but I will tell them that this 7 years is the stolen decade. You have stolen the innocence of children in this country. You have stolen the integrity of people in this country. You have stolen the dignity of every Barbadian in this country. And most importantly, you have placed my constituents in a predicament that they are fearful to tell me what you have done to them in the last 35 years. But let me tell you something, Barbados Labour Party. When Felicia Dujon stands up, she stands solid. No matter how small I am and what they have said, I stand resolute on my beliefs and on the integrity of my constituents. You touch one, you touch every single one of us. Every single one of them. I have spoken to my constituents on an everyday basis. Every single day I have been in the constituency. Every single day. From 9 o'clock in the morning, and if I can do it at 4, I would do it too. Because I want to ensure that I am here for the people. This is what matters. It doesn't matter how much money you spend on that campaign with your big billboards and other things to intimidate our constituents, to gaslight them, to remind them of the oppression that they have suffered under your government. You're supposed to be ashamed of yourself. You're supposed to be ashamed of yourself to say that you've represented this constituency and this is how you have treated them over the last 35 years and 7 years under the retired or resignation or whatever happened of that past MP. But let me say to you, this government, that Felicia Dujon, the representative for the people of St. James North, will stand against you. I will ensure that my constituents are informed of the policies, the egregious policies that you continue to pass that infringes on their rights. My comrades have been around the constituency, and some of the concerns that I've seen from the single parents, from the elderly, from our youth, it breaks my heart to know that this is a government that is currently governing this country, and this is the kind of state of affairs of this constituency. We have several concerns that I would like to raise so that this government that pretends to care have forgotten that these persons, our constituents, that they need the kind of intervention that is necessary. The infrastructure is extremely poor and is unacceptable. And what is so egregious is that The campaign manager for my opponent is the minister responsible for infrastructure and works. Have you no shame? Have you no shame to come in this constituency to bring your candidate to look at the roads, the poor lighting in this constituency, the courage, the devotion that is needed? And you were the minister. You were the minister for at least the last 5 years, but you forgot your responsibility and your duty to constituents of this country, this beloved country. I say 5 years because remember, she was the Minister of Education that did a horrible, horrible job. And now they send her in another ministry to do another horrible, horrible job. This government is not interested in the people. This government is self-centered. They care about the self. They care about self-interest. It's about me. Look at me. Look at what I can do to you. Look at I can take your taxpayers and waste it, and then you can't do anything about it. Self-interest government that does not care about the interests of people, that puts money over morality, that can put money over the patrimony of this country. Have you lost your soul, government? Have you lost your soul and compassion for the constituents of St. James North? Have you lost your compassion? How do you feel when you look at the community center in Western? How do you feel about that? How do you feel when the single mothers cannot send their children to school? But you're wasting funding on consultants and your lavish travels. And we have been watching very closely, constituents. We have already been working on your behalf. We have been observing the estimates and seeing how much and billions of debt that we have, and also the millions of dollars that has been allocated, but it's not being trickled down to the average citizen. It's not trickling down because the strainer is not working. It's a tin pan they have, not a strainer, because it's not getting down to the people that matter in this constituency and this country as a whole. I ask again, in terms not only of the infrastructure, I went to Bakers and they're also asking for bus stops. Can you imagine that people have to wait in certain weather conditions to catch the bus? And let's not even talk about transportation in this constituency. How late our constituents have to wait for buses. And remember who is the campaign manager for this by-election. The one that speaks about pedigree, but they can't take care of their portfolio. They can't do the business of the people. They spend so much time on propaganda, so much time on falsehood and untruths, that they forget the business of the people. They forget the business of the people. Let's not forget, in terms of the single mothers and fathers, I have asked this government, instead of wasting all of those funding on our taxpayers, to give single parents allowance, a monthly allowance, to help them care for our children of this country. It's very difficult for them. As a mother myself, I tell you, one of the things that you'll observe about me is that what we would say, I have a very soft heart. I cry very easily sometimes. And what I have seen has brought me to tears. Because when I see those children, I see my children too. And when I see some of the struggles that this mothers goes through, I have been through them too. We understand as mothers what it means for us to go to the supermarket and we have to put something back because we can't afford it. But then we have people in government that refuse to understand the concerns and hardship of parents and mothers and fathers in this country. They do not seem to care about their concerns and the suffering of people in this country. Because right now everything is about being big and being loud. So they do not hear the silent suffering of our constituents. I have been through many homes with our elderly. And can you imagine, we have a ministry that is responsible for that deals with elderly care, elder affairs, and millions of dollars. And I watched, in terms of the poverty alleviation and reduction, over millions of dollars every year. 2023 to 2024, 3 million. 2024 to 2025, 18 million. And I've come across elders within their homes that cannot afford another meal. And you're telling me they have had a representative in this constituency that only calls his constituents for their birthday? You only call them for their birthday and you do not know how they're doing? You do not go to visit them? You have elders in this constituency that still have to use outside facilities. Where is the Prime Minister? Where are you to see how your constituents, how your people of this country have been living? You have not been in this country. This is the first time we have seen her so long in this country because of this by-election. And all of a sudden we're hearing her saying to our country and telling our countrymen and women that we need to do this and we need to do that. Where were you? What have you been doing? What have your ministers have been doing? What have the representatives have been doing for the people of this constituency? And let's not add the very grave concern of the sewage tax. How has that been for you, constituents? How has it been for our citizens? These extra taxes are killing our constituents, especially the elderly. By the time they get the pension tax or the pension tax, they have to spend it on food. And we know the high cost of living already. And then they have to pay their bills. And then you're going to add sewage tax on their bill. I have met several elders in this constituency that no longer have running water at their homes because the bill is too high for them. This is how this government have been treating our foreparents of this country. This is how they've been treating and recognizing our foreparents of this country. This is our elders that are 70 and 80s and 90s. And what is so remarkable, that when our elders turn 100, you see them running with a cake and flowers. Huh? But they do not understand the crisis, the silent tears that our constituents have been going through. I am sharing this with you because our constituents spoke to me and told me to share it with the nation so that we know exactly what has been happening here for over 35 years. There is no safe seat. And I will repeat myself, there is no safe seat if you cannot meet the needs of your constituents. If you cannot meet the needs of your constituents, they matter to you. And they should matter to you every single day that you chose to take an oath in Parliament to say that you represent their rights, their interests. You have violated their trust, government. You have violated their trust. And it is for this reason I am asking my constituents on May 21st, next week, Wednesday, the polling stations open at 6 a.m. Rain, sunshine, or snow, make your way to the polling station. We have to teach this government a lesson, not only be on your behalf, but the entire Barbadian populace. They have continued to violate the trust of citizens. They have continued to violate our trust in various ways by choosing not to disclose the types of negotiations that they make in secrecy. A government does not have a right to make decisions without you approving. I will say that again. A government does not have a right. It does not have that right, whether it's legally or sacred, does not have a right without the approval of the people. It is we that elected, well, not me. Some of us elected them and we gave them that trust because they told us that they would care. They only care about themselves. They are self-centered. If any government can see that it is legally and morally ethical to coerce children to fill out forms without the consent of their parents, this is a government that is corrupt. The minute you start to coerce and to deceive children, this is a government we cannot trust. And the minute it began with the children, we should have known immediately that this government has to go. The minute they attempt to defraud our elders, we know that it is a government that has to go. This is a government that does not have our interests at heart. On constituents, I will continue to do my best on your behalf. Because I know when I decide to stand up on your rights, that regardless of whether they have 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, I stand against every single one of them. I stand because I stand on behalf of the people. I stand on behalf of their rights. And I ensure that we do not violate their rights in any form. Your human rights are sacred rights. These rights are given to you by God, and no one has the right to infringe upon them. But we have a government and we have a candidate that now speaks that the church should now be involved in the development and growth of our youth. This is the same government that wanted to take parental rights from our citizens. This is a government that wanted to take away parental rights from our citizens by passing or attempting to pass the Child Protection Bill. But we had to stop them from doing that because parental rights are sacred rights. And no government has the right to infringe on parental rights. Parents have the right to defend their rights and responsibility where their children are concerned. And we're not saying that there are other parents that do not know, what the rights of children are. And children's rights should always be upheld. But we do not want to put all our rights with this government. Why? Because we do not trust this government. This government has never given us any reason to trust them. They have never given us any reason to trust them. Because every time they say one thing, overnight something happens. Overnight something else happens. Now in St. Lucia we call that a sukuya. A sukuya, it's like a mystical creature that only comes and appears at night. So we have a sukuya government because they do the misdeeds in the night, the deepest nights. And in the morning when citizens are awake, then they realize how their rights have been violated. We have a concern with housing in this constituency. And one of the things that we have been doing when we go through each village, each street, we count the number of abandoned or unoccupied houses because we have a number of families that are looking for homes that the government can intervene. The government speaks about proper housing, and look at the housing minister that we have, one of the worst in history. And one of the things that I can say if you can permit me, that this candidate, my opponent, does not recognize that he is amidst a complete government of failure, from housing to agriculture to poverty alleviation, infrastructure and works. Every ministry has been a complete failure under this government. So how do you expect him to assist you when he's around and surrounded by complete failures? How? He speaks about agriculture, but we have an agriculture minister that still can't plant a banana tree. We have a minister that is responsible for housing, and we have seen the level of corruption in the Hope Development Project. These are all the examples of what we have seen. Government with so many ministries wasted of funds, but cannot serve the people. What we are seeing, constituents and people of Barbados, is that we are continuous to be taxed upon tax upon tax. And we are not getting anything in return.
So Dave is gonna lower. We're gonna keep her there a little bit, but I want to I know Marsha told her to write down a thought there, but I'd go to Mr. Hines. Any of your thoughts? And do you have any thoughts on the speech tonight, or anything that you're seeing happening in the St. James North by-election that you want to make a comment on before we move on?
Sorry. Yeah. I think what little I heard and my understanding of the strategy, it seems like she is focused on the constituents in the St. James North, keeping it as local as possible, breaking out into national issues where it heavily coalesced with her message to St. James North. So I see a well thought out strategy in that approach, that the people listening will hear someone speaking to their issues, which is often not something that happens in Parliament or among the politicians in Barbados. They get into politics and they talk about everything except the needs of their constituents. So I think that is a good thing. If people are listening, they're true to the cause of really looking for a champion, someone to champion their cause. I think she's presenting the case that she is the person to do that. In terms of things happening in St. James, I'm not sure. I have not been as busy with phone calls and talking to people as I usually do. Life is just getting into the way for me to do that. So yeah.
Well, Marsha, this kinds of tie into what you presented tonight about all this glitz and so on, and Dave would have shown you the large billboard. Now, for us, we do not. Our billboards are shorter than if you go to Jamaica or Trinidad, you're going to see them all the way high up in the air. We don't do that in Barbados, so not at the moment. Well, at one point, we didn't even have this, so I guess they've changed the laws. But this, I know, it's about $1,500 just for this one billboard. And when you look at that, Marsha, and you think of all of what's happening in the constituency, that Mr. John outlined, people without running water, toilets outside, the flooding that is happening, the serious poverty. Because I went capturing the live on one of their one of the canvassing, and I mean the level of poverty that you see there. The farmers I saw talking to her, needing just a little help so that they can. And you think of this. I don't know how many of these billboards they have, but it's $1,500. How do you compare that to what Mr. John is talking about? What she's seeing in the constituency. You're muted, Marsha.
My apologies for that. I think that what you are underlining there is exactly what I'm trying to capture with the concept of the politourgeoisie, right? It is this group of people. I remember Uncle Owen talking about the cushion upon which an object rests. I don't know if you remember. You play that speech sometimes, so you remember. The
Yeah.
bourgeoisie has rested itself upon the people of the Caribbean, because it's not just a phenomenon in Barbados, and they are sucking our resources, our national will, the soul of these islands and territories, because Guyana obviously is not an island. And really, every time we go to the polls now, that is what we have to reflect on. And that is why I think, work like this, where we help people to connect the dots and to understand what the mechanism is important, because there are some people that really just think that what they're seeing is this is the way it is done. But this is a way to do it, but there are other ways, and it definitely is not the ways that our nationalists for people envisioned, because this is not what the Nationalist Caribbean Project was about, and this certainly is not what nationalist democracy was about.
Yeah, it's really, yeah. Go ahead.
I finally also want to say too that politics makes for strange bedfellows, right? And while we are out here,
Marsha, when you use the term,
pardon?
oh, I was asking, when you use the term Uncle Owen, did you make that? Did you state that with affection or with condescension?
Oh, Uncle Owen. Oh, no. Uncle Owen is one of my mentors. When you talk about a brilliant mind, Uncle Owen very much is the end, I think, of the nationalist era of politics in Barbados.
Is he related to you?
He's not,
Okay.
but he is one of the people under whom I studied at the University of the West Indies. And I know that he died of a broken heart, because he really wanted to be able to capture his research and present that in a way that would have been available for people coming after to understand. What I loved about Uncle Owen the most is that
I'm sorry.
he understood that while he had made a significant contribution to the region, not just Barbados, because his career started in Jamaica, that he also erred. We Uncle Owen and I have talked and argued vehemently around the politics of inclusion. The politics of inclusion was a strategy to stave off the IMF, but the politics of inclusion paves the way for the bourgeoisie and HH type kingmaking. Because when we talk about picking off the best and the brightest of political parties and including them, the politics of inclusion, when we talk about taking individuals of civil society and bringing them into the political fold, it is the beginning of the deconstruction of the democratic project as we understand it under nationalism. So he knew that I disagreed with him. Like, there's no Kool-Aid. I didn't drink any Kool-Aid. That's not why I'm calling him Uncle Owen.
That's why I want to. Why?
No. I'm calling him that because he's a mentor. He's a mentor.
The reason why I asked is because that type of nomenclature, Owen or auntie, Mia, whatever, is part of what is referred to as demagoguery within Caribbean politics. That aligns with this whole thing you're talking about, kingmakers and monarchies. So that's why I was like, yeah,
you're right, and that is why it is so difficult to pick up what is kingmaking, because it takes some traditional habits that we had within our politics. Because again, if you are a young person in Barbados, you would think that this concept of referring to politicians as auntie this and uncle this started with Mia Motley. Indeed, it did not. This is something that goes all the way back actually to Massa, when we had pet names for these people, right? So really and truly, it came down through the years, and it had a positive connotation. And now you're right, it is a part of the dictator, demagoguery, kingmaker situation.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
No, I was just saying in the South, in the American South, the term daddy is applied to husbands because that is what you used to call the slave master back in the day. The women used to
Right,
refer to it as that.
in
So
that
it's all
time.
part of that. Yeah.
But let me just go back to Marsha, because I promised to finish up what she was answering a question, and then we're going to go back to the St. James North campaign. Okay, before, I don't think we're going to be able to take any calls tonight, but go ahead, just complete what you were saying, Marsha, and then I'm going to lead the discussion into St. James North.
Right. So the question about whether Barbados is a mature political entity, absolutely not. We actually haven't even started.
Yeah,
Right.
agreed,
Our
agreed.
project of our nationalist project has been co-opted and turned almost against us. So we have to deal with the object that rests upon our democracy. And that object is a person, but it is also, like we went through tonight, a coordinated strategy, and it is strangling us. It is strangling us. So we have to deal with that. In terms of how we navigate voting, what I will say is politics makes for strange bedfellows, right? People coming around the political scene nowadays talking about they have been set up. Like if setups in Barbadian politics are new, let's talk about Maria Agard if we are talking about setups.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Let us also remember that I canvassed in St. Michael Northwest, and the list that I was using to canvass the constituency is not the list that cut my ass the night that the other candidate was selected. So setups are not new. And the reason why I'm going into these things and the reason why I'm weaving them together is because we can't forget. I hear people talking about, oh, a candidate that can speak and a candidate that have an accent and this and that. Would she be the first candidate in Barbados who can speak? We have gone all these places before. But at the end of the day, you vote for the choice that is closest to the philosophy that you represent. And sometimes that is the way you vote. And that is why sometimes we say that politics makes for strange bedfellows. If you understand and recognize how your democracy is being deconstructed, then the vote doesn't become a vote between two individuals. The vote becomes a vote of a philosophical position. Do I want to participate in the further deconstruction of Barbados's democracy via the politourgeoisie? Or do I want to vote in a way that shows that I am no longer amenable to that kind of politics? That I think is really what it comes down to.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, one of the things that you're saying something, Mr. Hines?
I didn't want to, but you, Marcy, had mentioned Hartley Henry as this brilliant mind, and I have a different view. Well, I'll just put it like that. And
okay,
but
no
Marsha said something. Marsha said something that makes me wonder: how would you put this H8 strategy from this brilliant mind in the context of a democracy like Barbados that isn't mature? If it isn't immature, why are we celebrating this guy's brilliant mind in an immature
well
politics?
because you're brilliant. It's how you use your I always say, Marsha, to my
He's taking
children,
advantage of the system as it is. I don't call that brilliant.
Listen, it's how you use that brilliance, it's how you use. I'm a filmmaker, and I could make lots of different films.
Yeah.
Right. It's how you use the brilliance.
Yeah.
You see, and it doesn't, because listen to me. I'm not saying this man is Hitler, but I'm saying look at Hitler. Hitler was. I'm just using an example. But you are laughing. I'm saying, I'm not trying to say he's Hitler. What I'm saying is that some people will look at Hitler and the strategy. Look at Goebbels. Am I saying the name? Goe Goebbels. Goebbels, right? I mean, that man is a brilliant mind. I watched the thing, read on him. Brilliant mind.
I mean, there are some people that say that serial killers, sociopaths, and these kinds of individuals also have brilliant minds. So I guess I didn't say much about it when she said it, Adrian, because brilliant.
Yeah, I do think he has a brilliant mind. I do think he has a brilliant mind. What as I say to my children, is what do you use? How do you use? You can have one of, there's a particular child and they know they're bright, and they love to do a little, try to trick you there. But instead, how do you use your brilliance, right?
Yeah.
How do you use it? But when
Fair,
you
fair
look
enough. All I would say, in spite of his brilliance, right? If there was another political party in Barbados that was willing to fight the Barbados Labour Party along the lines of Motleyism, along the lines of master-client relationships, along the lines of plate of food politics, they wouldn't get in the 30 love. They wouldn't, right?
Mhm.
All I'm saying is, right, that they have looked at the lay of the land rather than attend to democracy and lift people up, based on merit. They are appealing to the lowest um, lowest thoughts of these people in terms of their economic situation. They're taking advantage of it. I don't see that as brilliant, but that's just me.
But as I said, Hitler's marketing person, PR, media. I watched it, and as somebody in arts and media, I'm just amazed at what he did. The
Mhm.
theater, MARSHA and all of that. It's amazing, and
Yeah.
and they were able to destroy people. You know,
I'm just gonna keep my academic hat on
Yeah.
and not touch
yes,
any of
please,
that.
yes.
And I would say he is no Hitler. He's no, yeah. These
No,
folks
no,
are
no, no,
the
no.
exit strategy. No, no, no. I mean it in the context of brilliance and being able to sell a message that people would buy into, right? Um, the whole history of how Hitler went about that is I don't think it can be compared to what we're seeing in Barbados.
Well,
I don't think so. But
look at what happened to St.
one other
Vincent.
thing. Go
They've
ahead.
made a kingmaker in St. Vincent. The country, I mean, it's not developed the way it could be. It's a beautiful country. The people, there's poverty, rampant poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they've made a kingmaker though. They made a king there, haven't they? Look at the conditions in Barbados. They gave 30 love twice though. But look
Yeah.
at how we're living here.
These folks are just taking advantage of what the planter class did before. They just replaced them, and they're just continuing it. And people are trying to make headway, make a living out of what is a very difficult situation. They don't want to rock the boat, and they're going to take what they're going to get, and that's what they do. And I don't see that as being brilliant. I I see it as wicked and evil. But hey, that's just me. It's one. Marcy, sorry, Dr. Myrie Heiss. You said
That's
one thing that I wanted to touch on is when you talked about somebody, or was you, Marcia, that talked about somebody made mention of someone who can't speak, some politician who doesn't have good
Yes.
oratory skills and whatever, and
Yes.
holding that to be something that should disqualify someone from representing. It's just sad, and that speaks to the lack of Barbados being a mature political society. Boston is one of the greatest cities in America, and for years, for decades, the mayor of that city, his name was Mayor Mumbles. The man could not speak a sentence in English, and he was just
Are you hearing him?
superfluous thing.
He's
You're not
breaking for
hearing me?
me.
You're breaking up a little bit there, the internet. But you were telling about this mayor, who could not speak very well, right?
Yeah, Mayor Menino. He's called Mayor Mumbles. He
Mm-hmm.
could not speak to save his life, but he was the mayor for well over 30 years. Nobody ran against him. He was just that good. You know why? Because he attended to the people's needs. It was
Yes.
a simple, and that's what he said. He said, this is very simple. I love people, and I make sure that people get what they need. And that was it, and that's why I keep saying that we got to get Barbadians to the point of putting themselves in the center of politics. When you see these people doing all of these great things and dressing well and driving boat and all this, ask the question, when am I going to get to do something like that? When am I going to get to stop living paycheck to paycheck? Put yourself in the middle, not for $100, not for a plate of food, for more than that, and do it consistently. that you want to be able to get these things on merit and to get them independently, create the environment, not for you giving me handouts. That's what we need to do for Barbadians.
Well, I've been told, and I can only say been told, and it's alleged that the campaign manager is of the St. James North for the DLP, that they are being mentored by HH. And that's what I've been told, that the campaign manager for St. James North is being mentioned by HH, right? And when I think about that, and I think about this whole thing about big, so they everybody, whether you're a marketer, you probably did marketing in school, or you're a business, you have a business, you market. When you use you're going to use you're using the word big, because their thing is big things and they do things big. And then they put this man, if they put back his poster up, and how they have the position, he's the I in the big, right? And they're calling him the big man. But then I heard somebody called me today, my friend Judy Jilks called, and she said, but Marcia, and I was thinking the same thing. Judy said, but why are they're saying now that the DLP is calling Chad Blackman big? And I want to say to them, to the marketing strategist, whoever the campaign manager, made an error. I believe this is an error. Because nobody, I have not heard any of the DLP candidates calling this man big. The people that introduced the word big into this campaign is the campaign manager. I'm going to put it at the feet of the campaign manager of Mr. Chad Blackman, and he should be having a word with them, because you introduce the word big. You say he's a big man. So then people going to call him, say big man, because you told us this is the product, and you say this is a big man. It's right here. Big. He's the I in big, right? Big vision, big passion. But then they're calling the media to complain that the DLP or the other candidates or people are calling the man big. But you told us that he was big, right?
That's defending nonsense. They're just trying to create a situation. I would just ignore that. They're just trying to create a situation. He is big with 2 little feet. Yeah, I mean, he is big.
I just want to underline the concept of political gaslighting, because you just explained it, right? We are going to do something, but then we're going to complain and say that you're doing the thing, and we're going to turn it into mass confusion. And while that is happening, the campaign is playing out, and people are getting frustrated and not voting, and then we will win. So yes, it's a small thing and not a small thing, because again, it is that strategy of gaslighting and how gaslighting is used. And if we understand, I use that word coming from I'm sorry, a domestic violence background. That word means something. And when you talk about manipulating people, and when you talk about removing people from their sense of sanity, their sense of emotional wellness, gaslighting is a serious mechanism.
Agree. And that's why I brought it up, because it is a strategy. And I know that the media, they're running with that, and we are a form of media. So I wanted to bring it to our attention tonight, and to say, people, remember, the people did not introduce the word big. Also, Mr. Chad Blackman, as one of his campaign after that loud, one of his campaign promises, he has promised the people of St. James North that he's going to lose weight. He stood on I can't make this up. Yeah. He stood on a camp, and when you think, then they're going to say you're making fun of the man because they call him a big man, and But what I'm saying is this: he made a campaign promise, and truthfully, people who struggle with weight, it's not easy. If you have weight issues, but he said it. I'm not saying he struggled with a weight issue. He said it, and he said that he's going to start. This is one of the promises he's making to his constituency, and he's going to start to jog, and he's going to eat right. He said it to them. He made a promise to them. But then they're going to come, they're going to say the DLP did something wrong because they said, but Mr. Blackman, you made the promise, but then we saw you had your meeting at a shop that sells bread. You understand? And you're eating up.
I wanted to ask a question. The issue of land. I remember when you did the whole town march. There's a gully that you did some advocacy around as well. Is that particular gully in the St. James North constituency?
Yes, I'm being told that it's in the St. James North constituency.
Because this is I feel as though that is an issue that should be making more, that I would expect it to be an issue that is being discussed more in this campaign. But again, this is the reason why the diminution of the opposition and the implication of that is an important part of the strategy to understand, right? Because your opposition is now so weakened that you don't have the kind of I guess intellectual, financial, all the kind of resources to make sure that the campaign remains coherent and pointed. And so it looks as though, this 30 Love is because this person is amazing, they're spectacular, it's great in the Trumpian way. But really what it is that the field has been set in a particular way to make sure that the ball bounces. It is a pitch that is problematic. You can't play on it. And so that is why the diminution is so important when you talk about not having signs on Democratic Labour Party's side and that kind of thing, and just the fact that you are operating against a mega campaign without money. Like, all of these are the concerns. But people need to hold the issues. People need to hold the issues in mind, and the issues have to be the guide to answer you, Adrian, in terms of how do we get past the HH strategy. So I talked about the strange bedfellows, voting for philosophy and not for people, and just keeping the issues central. I think those are three major important things for people to do.
Yeah. Well, it's 10:01, and we're going to close up tonight. And I could tell you, I believe if Dave can let me know whether the other speakers are on, and you can check them out on the Leader of the Opposition site, their YouTube page. You will see, go there, and you will be able to see more of what's happening on the campaign. But I thought that tonight was very, very important. Adrian, we're always talking about the practical part of this. It's not just talking, but it's to go out and balance this power one vote at a time. And I thought that this presentation tonight, along with the independent candidates that we featured, that it's important that we educate ourselves. And so we can make those very, very practical decisions in balancing the power. And so we focus a lot on the presentations and tonight, which I thought were very educational. Any of you, any final words that you want to say before we go? Adrian?
No, go ahead, Myrie. Thanks. What's your first name? What's your first name?
Marsha. Please
Marsha.
and thanks.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
No, like I said, I will always make time to do this work. I say it all the time because I think that our educational system in Barbados is a mechanism of the politorchy. It enables the status quo to remain the same. And I think that was one of the challenges of the nationalist movement that has been set aside when our nationalist project was co-opted and removed from under us. And so, this is what I'm most comfortable doing. And I want to continue to do it. And I'm just hoping that we can continue to swell the ground, because like you rightly said, anything that is going to happen now in Barbados has to happen one vote by one. It has to happen one person by one. But the good thing about it is This is not the first time that this has happened in our history. That is the way that we broke the back of slavery. It is the way that when our emancipation failed as a legal project, we then had our nationalist imagination come alive. So we are not in uncharted waters, and there are examples that we can follow, and education helps us to understand that.
Yes, thank you. And that's what we're doing on here on the Marcia Week show. Thank you so much for your contribution, Dr. Hines. And now to this other Hines here, Adrian Hines, the dumplings from the diaspora. And don't tell me I'm telling you that you're all fat. But we have some sweet dumplings tonight, I tell you. Go ahead, Adrian.
Well, I want to congratulate Marsha for a fantastic presentation, the historical context, and tying it all to what we are seeing today. Very, very, very well done. I would just add to that the Black political elite constitutes an integral part of the ruling class of Barbados. That's why we see this dynamic. In the administration of the apparatus of the state, they provide an invaluable service for the reproduction of a system in which there is white domination, but which also provides them a privileged space. If you listen to that and then reflect on how these people behave, it is so true, so true. They are not there for us. They're there for themselves. So with that,
you know, Marsha, that whole statement is a whole show that he just said. That one, listen, but we got to come up here tonight. But we need to pick him up on that one, Marsha. That's a whole statement there by itself.
Whole next thing, it's true.
Oh, yep. So at some point, I do want to talk about macroeconomics, microeconomics, the concept of Dr. Marshall's essay that he wrote last week.
Yes.
I mean, and tie that into the response that the governor of the central bank gave to a reporter when she said, these are all figures are really good, but people on the street are not seeing it. And he talked about, he walks around, he sees houses and stuff like that, which was really a very immature layman type response that you could get from any person from the diaspora who goes back to Barbados and see a fancy car that they hadn't seen for 30 years and think now Barbadians are living well. We should not be getting that from someone with a PhD in economics, but that's what he does. And that's the reason why he's there. And I also want to, at some point, touch on the defamation law in Barbados. As a layman, I have a different understanding of what we have and how we should agitate for it to change, because the concept of freedom of speech in Barbados does not exist or cannot exist in line with the current iteration of defamation in Barbados. Right. Well, I've heard Owen Alford talk about his rights of freedom with regards to something that a Secretary of State said about Barbadians and Barbados, and he talked about his rights of freedom of speech. It doesn't exist because Edmund Hinkson talked about freedom of speech not being in the Constitution as it is in the American law.
I remember that. Right.
Right.
Well, so we have quite a bit to discuss, and we will talk off air on when you'll be able to do that again. Hope you're available on Friday, but you know your weekends go. So we will see how that happens. But thank you again. Thanks to the viewers for joining tonight and for all the education that happened in this space tonight. This is awesome. And thanks to Dave for holding it up for us and making sure that he kept everything moving. Thank you all. And again, thank you to our guests and best wishes to our those two independent candidates. All the best, guys. Have a great night. See you on Friday. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
We were warned, but we didn't take it. Now the money gone, all because of our greed. Off to Washington, scared as hell you run. Put this blessed land straight in the IMF hand. Now it is plain to see trouble in the country, cause when they hold you and they squeeze you, devil do. IMF take over. Trinidad and Jamaica too. IMF take over. They only aim is to devalue. IMF take over. They don't care about me and you. IMF take over. They got we by we throat. We hanging on a rope. I wonder when I go recover, cause the IMF take over. People march, yes, they march in protest. They song like larks, all the songs of sadness. Hit by a storm, in summer it's not the norm. Everyone got scared because they were all unprepared. And how we know more trouble for tomorrow, no signs of easing, nothing improving. More and more heartaches still coming. Oh mama, look what the devil do. IMF take over. Trinidad and Jamaica too. IMF take over. They only aim is to devalue. IMF take over. They don't care about me and you. IMF take over. They got we by we throat. Hanging on a rope. I wonder when I go recover, cause the IMF take over. Mama, look what the devil do. IMF take over. Oh, mama, look what the devil do. IMF take over. Oh, mama, look what the devil do. IMF take over. Oh, mama, look what the devil do. IMF take
And then 2 of them years I had COVID. And if not for the leader of the opposition, she would not have been forced to say this. And that is why returning Felicia Dujon, making Felicia Dujon the representative of St. James North, will give you, St. James North, will give Barbados more insight and will put this government under tremendous pressure to come and open up the business of Barbados. Because this is not their business, it is the business of Barbados. So Ralph Thorne forced the Prime Minister to share with us that she traveled close to 100 times in only 84 months, and 2 of those months were COVID. But she defended by saying that travel with benefits. You remember that? Travel with benefits. She boasted to Barbados that she brought back $120 million in that 7-year period. $120 million in grants. But I went to the central bank reports for my independent source. And when you look at the data between 2013 and 2018 in the central bank, the grants received by the Barbados government at that time was $169.7 million with less travel, with less talking. Between 2018 and 2024, based on the central bank reports, the grants collected by the government of this country is $38.6 million. Not even the 120. But I give her the 120. But we still had $169.7 million in our last 5-year term, or last 5 years in office. And the prime minister at the time, the ministers at the time, did not have to travel that much. And I want you to know that the big man is part of that traveling entourage as well. He was. And I know about traveling a little bit. And you can't find enough leg room for a man that size in the economy. But the big man is not delivering. Trust what I'm telling you. Felicia Dujon just laid out St. James North. Felicia Dujon. She laid out some policy suggestions that are going to touch your lives. She talked about single parents, elderly, school children, community. The man on the other side is talking about branding. He does not understand that the agriculture sector is in decline, and he wants to do a cooperative for the people that are involved in agriculture. You would anticipate that a man with so much big ideas, as he said, would bring a plan to resuscitate farming, bring cheaper water, bring access to the chemicals and so fertilizers and so forth. Fishing as well. We'll deal with the issues down with the fishing community. That's what you expect to hear from such a big man that says he has big ideas. Felicia Dujon is touching the hearts of constituents. She's talking to them. She's not talking for the crowd. She's not talking for a bunch of red banners. Posters, do not vote. St. James North, go out in your numbers and vote for Felicia Dujon. Roadworks is an issue in this constituency, raised by Felicia, and have them now running up and down all sorts of notices telling you that this road is going to be fixed, this is mill and pave, etc. But when you look and see all these roadworks going on, you have to now make sure that nobody getting a check drop in the window of the constituency office. That is what we have to look for now. The check in the window of the constituency office, because when big works going on, big things is happening behind the scenes. Don't be fooled. We come to talk the truth. Honest voices for the people. So the big man is making promises that he cannot fulfill. We spoke about the agricultural promise. He's talking about a tech hub. A tech hub. Please, big man, please ask your leader, Mayor Motley, what happened to all of the millions of dollars in EduTech? Ask your leader about the millions of dollars in EduTech. Please ask Santia Bradshaw. Please ask Kia McConney. Please ask Sandra Husbands. Please look in the mirror and ask yourself about technology in schools today. 7 years later, even after COVID, go into the school environment. If you see a tablet, I can buy a beer for you. So he is talking for the crowd. He wants to sound big because he figures it's going to resonate. But he's not resonating. That is why they have a meeting with about 15 young people. So they now have to shift the attention off of Chad and put the youth of the BLP up front. because he has nothing to say, nothing nothing to offer. Big and lofty dreams and hopes. Housing is one of the critical issues to cost of living because you need affordable housing, right or wrong. You need affordable housing. St. James North needs affordable housing. They need support. When you have families, if you want to create families and community, you have to create affordable housing so they can move from one stage to the next and to the next. I grew up in a housing area. I don't live in a housing area anymore. It is a stepping stone for many people from moving in from one stage to the next. But affordable housing is something the Democratic Labour Party prides itself in. But do you know that the government of the day bringing in wood houses from Guyana? You believe that? Then we got all of these small contractors, people involved in hardware businesses, rather small and medium-sized, large. You believe that we have to bring in homes, ready-built homes almost, to ask to deprive our men or young men from building homes in this country? And it is a mess. And when you look at the Hope report by the Auditor General, it says that the company that they used in Guyana, you know who's the largest client? Barbados. They do not have any other clients on record over US $100,000. That's so fishy. And we are sending about $3.5 million down there to Guyana. It went further. And it said there was no performance bond in place. In other words, Hope did not secure itself and protects when they send money that the other party holds up their side of the bargain. There was no agreement signed on record from the directors of Hope. You feel a little bit of foolishness is going on down there? Enough foolishness. Enough. And let me tell you, what that caused now is that the people at Hope decided that they are going to take a trip to Guyana to go and visit this company. I don't know who they carry. I don't know if they carry Dwight Sutherland, Kerry Simmons, Nero, Wilfred Abrams. I don't know who they carry. But what I know is when they get down by the airport and they give the immigration people the passports, the people say, well, we didn't expect another shipment of black belly sheep so soon. They got to be sheep to sign that do not sign a contract that send $3.5 million down there. Commit our taxpayers' money. No performance bond in place. No contract approved by the directors of Hope. Who is making these decisions? Tell me. The big worst boss making these decisions? But that's not all. When the houses land in Barbados, materials is missing. It was like a Lego, can't find pieces. And why I say all of this is because I started by saying you have to have affordable homes. You know that the Hope report says that because of all that has happened around this thing about importing these homes from Guyana, that it costs each house $125,000 more to build. A board house. Come on, this wood. A board house. So I think it was supposed to cost like $75,000 to $80,000. Now costing $200,000 for a board house. Who is going to afford that? Who is going to pay that so money to go and live in a board house? This is the government that you have. I tell you already, do not look for Dwight Sutherland on this campaign. He is running in shame, mockery. So this will now cost This will now cost us, taxpayers, including St. James North, $7.5 million here for the 60 houses that we got so far. And you know how much it will cost for the 350 houses that they intend to bring? $43.7 million in wastage. I am telling you that this government is up to no good. Up to no good. Do not take it lightly. Short there in Vesperia Gardens, the whole project, you hear about all the confusion. They're not going to repeat the confusion. But you will not believe that their promise that they're going to put solar energy on the rooftops. Not a house, I think no. 2 houses that they got solar panels. But you know what the government turn around and do? You know what Hope turn around and do? They went and buy 300 water heaters, electric water heaters that they have no use for. And I hear Senator call Chad, I tell Chad he can get them out election day. That's this government. $300,000 in wastage. Now they got to get rid of 400 water heaters because nobody here wants to buy 400 water heaters. Who can buy 400 water heaters? So my comrades, St. James North, the cost of living issue is no joke. It's no joke. Housing is a mess. The prices in the supermarket is a mess. Transportation is a mess. From $2 to $3.50 in one swoop in bus fares. Fuel tax, one swoop. The prices at the pump, and I'm not going to stop it. I'm not going to stop saying it. The prices at the pump have not come down sufficient enough. So now, for 16 months, we have one reduction at the pump. Consumers have had one reduction in price of gasoline and diesel at the pump in 16 months. Although all indications globally suggest that that is not the case. The government is pocketing the excess. And that excess, my friends, all who can hear me, is between 50 and 70 million Barbados dollars during that period. It is no easy money. But this is money that consumers could be saving when the day comes. St. James North, you have no alternative but to choose Felicia DuJohn. Send Chad Blackman, send the big man, send him back to the Senate like a crybaby that he is. So on May 21st, go out in your numbers. Let us have a good turnout. A good turnout is a good result for the Democratic Labour Party. Support Ralph Thorne, support Felicia DuJohn, support opposition, support good governance in this country. I love you. Have a good night.
I am blessed. How you feeling? Blessed. How you feeling? Blessed. Come on. I am blessed. 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 I am blessed. 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 I am blessed. Blessed. So I walk through the valley of death. I fear no evil will come to my head, cause he leads my path into righteousness.
St. James North, you heard it for yourself. Big man, big talk. We don't have time to waste, St. James North. On May 21st, we will support Felicia DuJohn, not the big talk. We don't want the big talk no more. It is time for change. The time is now. Let us support the Democratic Labour Party under the stewardship of Mr. Ralph Thorne, and we're going to support Ms. Dujon in the upcoming by-election. We're going to bring our another senator, Mr. Andre Worrell, and he have some more information to share. No big talk.
We are living in a serious time. Whoa. Don't let the devil blow your mind. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. It's only in the Father, you know I put my trust. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. All over the world, everyone is in a heated rush. It's not everything good be eat, good be talk. I don't trust no shadow of the talk. They will walk and talk, eat and drink with you, pretend as if they are with you, but I won't let no one harm me. And I won't try.
Good night to the people of Yearwood Road, Mount Stamfast, and all of the residents of St. James North who will go to the polls on the 21st of May to vote for Felicia Dujon, the next representative of St. James North. Get on the train, get on the bandwagon, and vote for change, because St. James North need it, and Barbados needs to see you do it. Because you need to send a message to the Barbados Labour Party that you only deserve a seat if you perform. And they have not been performing. Arrogance does not win you a seat. Arrogance does not cause you to do work for people. You need representation, and at the core of representation is humility. At the core of representation is commitment, and at the core of representation is passion and dedication. And you know which of the candidates have all of those qualities? It is Felicia Dujon, and that is why on the 21st of May, you need to go to the polls and vote with confidence. Put the X squarely in the box next to Felicia Dujon. And let me tell you something else too. Anybody that wants to say to you, look, give me your ID card and I will come for you to take you to vote. No, you tell them no. I will hold on to my ID card and I will go to the polls myself. And when you get into that booth, only you know where you put that X. You take the paper, you put it on the table, you get the pencil, you look for Felicia Dujon, you mark the X in the square next to her name, you make sure that it does not touch the line, because we don't want any spoiled votes in St. James North. We want all clear and valid votes for Felicia Dujon, because we are on a train for change, and that change will come with Felicia Dujon as the representative for St. James North. Now, when we talk about all of these things, you need some information to discredit the Barbados Labour Party, to let them know that they don't deserve your vote. They don't deserve your vote. For the time that they have been in since 2018, they have done nothing to earn it. The cost of living skyrocketed. It is still high. You could hardly afford to put gas in your car. How many of you living all the way up north who have to travel to Bridgetown for work on a daily basis have to put $50 in gas in your car a day? If that is burning and squeezing your pocket, it is because of the Barbados Labour Party and the high taxes which they have on gas, which I am certain that Ryan Walters spoke about.
They have done nothing to deal with crime in this country, have not shown the political will to deal with crime. And as a result of that, they do not deserve your X. They do not deserve your vote. Many of you depend on tourism in this constituency for your daily bread. And the escalating crime situation is a threat to the tourism industry, because if the visitors do not feel safe coming to Barbados, they will go someplace else. And when they go someplace else, the rooms will not be filled and you will not have a job. And as a result of that, many of the hotels on this coast close off early and start sending home workers on short pay at a time when we should be having a tourism industry that operates on a full-time basis throughout the year. But because of the high crime situation and the high taxes which the Barbados Labour Party has leveled on the tourism industry and on the cost of living in this country, we have an underperforming and an uncompetitive tourism industry. The tourists going to St. Lucia and they're going to Grenada, and they're not coming to Barbados in the numbers which they used to come before. And all of that is putting your livelihood at risk. And you should tell the Barbados Labour Party, you are hurting me. So therefore, I cannot vote for you. And I want to spend some time tonight on health care, another nightmare caused by the Barbados Labour Party. And today you would have seen a notice in the paper that the surgeries at the hospital have been closed off. So they're only doing emergency surgeries because they're fixing the air conditioning unit. What they have not told you is that there has been a fungus infection spreading throughout the wards of the hospital for years, for months, and it has become so bad. These are the things that the Barbados Labour Party should be speaking about on their political platform, instead of behaving like little children and running to mommy and saying, she said something about me that I don't like. A big hardback man, and he criticizing people on the political platform, and when somebody says something about him, he running to his mother and crying out, going to CBC and crying wolf. But if you cannot deal with the criticism, you should not have a platform criticizing people. And really and truly, we want the Barbados Labour Party to have a platform discussing the issues in Barbados, not who goes to Senate for lunch, not who is fluffy, not who, I don't know, whatever else they put up there, but deal with the critical issues that affect the people of Barbados. Let Jerome Walker come and talk about the crisis in health care and whether or not we will be able to deal with that problem. Let the Prime Minister come and talk about the high debt situation. And when she speaks, just like her brother in the US, you have to fact check every single thing that she's saying, because she comes and she drops some misinformation and expect that you would believe it and run with it. But you have to fact check everything that she's saying. But let me get back to health and deal with that, and then I will come back to the high debt situation. In this country, I told you about the surgeries at the hospital which have been closed off. You also have a situation at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital where the cafeteria has been closed for a number of months. And you have persons who work in a 24-hour facility that have nowhere. Doctors, nurses, orderlies, the cleaners, all of those people, and even the patients who have to spend the night in accident and emergency, who after a certain time do not have anywhere to go at the QEH to get something to eat. Now, isn't that hardship on the people who work there? And can the Minister of Health explain why has the cafeteria at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital been closed for so long? I know it for myself because Unfortunately, I had to be in accident and emergency a couple months ago with a family member. And after this, saw the doctor and was waiting to be seen again. I took the opportunity to go out to get something to eat for both of us. And when I got back there, I could not get in because the hospital was under lockdown. Because the crime situation in Barbados, whenever you have a stabbing or a shooting, they're locked down the accident and emergency at the hospital. So therefore, all of the persons who are there with their relatives have to go outside unless it is a person who cannot advocate for themselves. So I had to wait outside, and the food that I brought back, I had to beg somebody to take it in. I should not have to leave the hospital at that time of night to go and get something. The cafeteria should be open. The doctors and nurses who are working there should not have to leave. The cafeteria should be open. And in a country where we are borrowing millions of dollars and in high debt because of it, where is that money going? You're not seeing the necessary spending in healthcare. And it goes further than that. You have a situation where throughout the hospital, there's mold in the roof. The pathology lab was closed for a couple of weeks, for months, from March right down to April, to clean up the mold in the pathology lab. So as a result of that, a number of patients on dialysis, the normal tests that they would get on a monthly basis, those tests were not run, and other tests within the hospital. That is not giving us adequate healthcare delivery. The air conditioning vents throughout the hospital need cleaning. So they're not spending enough money on maintenance in the hospital. When you go to the hospital, some persons have to pay to get some tests done outside of the hospital if they want it done within a reasonable time. This should not be happening in Barbados in 2024 when we already pay a health levy. Many of you don't remember that you pay a health levy on your national insurance. So where is that money going? That money should be there so that simple tests that you need done in the hospital, blood tests, urine tests, and ultrasounds, all of those things, CAT scan, should be paid for. And you should not be telling people to raise $1,800 or so to get a CAT scan, or more than that to get an MRI, and you are paying a health insurance levy on a weekly and monthly basis. And you're not being told by this government how much is collected, and you're not being told by this government how much is going to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to pay for the services which is supposed to pay for. None of these things the Barbados Labour Party is reporting to the people on their platforms wherever they have them across St. James North. Instead, they're throwing insults at the Democratic Labour Party. They're insulting us because we didn't have any campaign offices, but we got two. They're insulting us because we don't have any posters up, but we got posters to put up. They're insulting us because we didn't have any shirts, but we have shirts. They're insulting us because they know that we have a candidate that will beat them bad at the polls, and we don't have a problem with that. Bring your insults, because we can still beat you. We can still lick you with the X at the poll. And that is what I want every single person in St. James North to do. Hear their insults and go to the polls and vote for Felicia Dujon. When Miss Dujon was here on this platform tonight, you heard her advocate for you, the residents of St. James North, with her plans, what she intends to do. But you hear the big man talking about what he intends to do for himself. And because Ms. Dujon made a statement that she really does not care about his size, because it is not important to the people of St. James North, what is important is what he intends to do. He ran to his mother and cried like a little baby because his name get called and he was insulted. It wasn't an insult. She says she doesn't care about his size, which is the honest truth. What the people want to know is what you intend to do for them as the representative. But he has shown that he does not intend to do anything for them. It is all about him and his pedigree politics. It is all about him. And as a result of that, do not give him your vote, because people are already complaining enough that the representatives not doing anything for them. Why would you give an arrogant person a vote? Because he's not going to care for you. He's not going to do anything for you. Give the vote to someone who has a track record of working on behalf of others. They call her a humanitarian. You don't get that call because you're interested in yourself. You get that call, you get that name because you're interested in others. You're interested in mankind. You're interested in seeing the improvement and in the life, the quality of life of people. And that is Felicia Dujon. That is why you should give her your vote. You don't give a vote to an arrogant, obnoxious, and this is where we will pause for an educational moment. When you get joked with a needle, crossword puzzle, 5 words down. You do not, and you can tell me that 5 letters down, a joke with a needle. Another name for that, 5 letters down. Crossword puzzle, educational moment. So you do not give a vote to arrogant, obnoxious, and you put in that correct, that 5 letters down. What's the 5 letters down? Pardon? I hear somebody in the back with it, and that is correct, but I'm not going to say it here. But you do not give a vote to an arrogant, obnoxious person, like a needle, whatever. You give a vote to someone who cares, someone who has humility, someone who has compassion and commitment and is willing to work for you. I see the children in this constituency coming to Miss Dujon every single day because they see that she cares. And they're willing to build that relationship with her. That is the first step. But you're not going to get it on that side. You're not going to hear it on their platform. We need them to talk about the issues. The next issue that I want to deal with is the debt situation. The high debt situation in this country, which has a lot of us scared. Because we are in bed with the IMF. And you know that when you're in bed with the IMF, devaluation could follow, which is a word that they don't want to talk about. These are austerity measures and devaluation could follow. One of the things that you need to look at is your debt service ability. And the debt service is the percentage of your expenditure that you spend to pay principal and interest. And the debt service in this country has risen over the years after we went to the IMF and we restructured all of those loans. The debt service came down to in the region of 22%, which is reasonable. But then it has slowly walked its way back up to 31.2% in 2023 to 2024. It is 34.23% in 2024 to 25. And for this current financial year, 2025 to 2026, it is 34.81%. Let Mayor Motley and let Chad Blackman talk to you about those things, how the debt service has increased. And when the debt service increase, it means that you have less money to spend on things like health care. And we are seeing it and feeling it. That is why the surgeries at the hospital have been closed. That is why when you go to Morrisburg Polyclinic, you cannot get a dental appointment for your children because they're not employing enough dentists. That is why you have to wait months for a to see the physiotherapist at the same Morrisburg Polyclinic, or you can't get an appointment because they're not paying enough money for those people. That is why when you go to get your prescription renewed, you hear, I don't have this drug, you may have to come back next week, or you have to take something else, because they're not paying the pharmacies the the pharmaceutical suppliers who provide the medication. And do you know that sometime last year, a number of pharmaceutical suppliers in Barbados cut off the drug service and the QEH because the bills were not being paid and they were owed millions of dollars for drugs? Because this government that gives the impression that they are paying their bills and they're running this country to the best thing since sliced bread have not been paying their bills, and they owe people millions of dollars, owe companies across Barbados millions of dollars, and they're doing victimization and spite to these same business people so that they will not come out and speak out about these things. But as a result of the high debt service ratio, you don't have enough to spend on health care, and the litanies, as I discussed, you don't have enough to pay on education. That is why every single week a school is closed for environmental issues. You imagine that they want to tell the principals, instead of buying a gallon bottle of Clorox to clean the schools, you could buy a smaller bottle and let it stretch. We have come to that in Barbados in 2025 under Mayor Amor Motley as Prime Minister. And you know, the laughable thing about it, a couple of weeks ago, I was in the Senate, and I heard Liz Thompson trying to make a comment, and I had to get up and tell her that she was misleading the Senate, because I was speaking about the rodent issues at two schools which Felicia Dujon went to, two schools which were closed. I believe it was a school in Christchurch. I can't remember where the other one was. And I said that the schools would only be closed because of the rodent issues, because the government was not paying enough attention to get them cleaned up. We were dealing with a health service amendment bill which involved the environmental health officers, and you don't see many environmental health officers around your place. And if the health, because they're not hiring sufficient environmental health officers. And if the environmental officers were out in their numbers, they would have gone to the schools, they would have recognized the rodent problems, and they would have done their job in terms of setting the traps and the bait at the school to eradicate those rodents so that the school would not have to be closed for a whole week. You imagine that this government is putting our children at risk. When I heard the reports in the news with the children saying the rats crawling across the roof and above their heads during the day, obviously you're going to get feces dropping down. Obviously you will get urine dropping down. Those are the things that spread leptospirosis, and you are exposing our children to that. And she wants to go and get a UN pick, thinking that she is and got people around the world thinking that she's doing a great job in Barbados as Prime Minister when she has schools in this country that are rodent infected. And you would think to give them, an X on the 21st. They don't deserve an X. You get a vote based on performance, and the performance has been poor. So therefore you do not deserve the vote. All of these things they have been doing, which tell you that they do not deserve the vote. When you look at what this government is spending on healthcare in this country, it is atrocious. They spend currently 2.71% of GDP on healthcare after COVID, when most countries have increased their spending on healthcare. I will go back and give you some figures. In 2012 to 2013, under the Democratic Labour Party, we were spending $347 million on healthcare. In 2017 to 2018, when we left, it was $327 million. In 2024 to 2025, after COVID, this Barbados Labour Party government dropped it to $317 million. And in 2025 to 2026, it went up a little bit to $379 million. Now that is grossly inadequate after COVID. And why I say that? Because you know that after COVID, a number of Barbadians have been going into the hospital with strokes, with heart conditions, and a number of ailments because of COVID. And you need to spend more on your healthcare in a situation after that so that person would get the adequate screening and treatment. I want to say to you tonight that a Democratic Labour Party government will do what is necessary to improve the quality of healthcare in this country. Because when you are spending 2.71% of your GDP in healthcare, that is the reason why we have nightmares about going to the QEH. That is why you have to go to the hospital and spend the polyclinics and spend hours for treatment and have to return constantly to get the same service that you went for that you should have gotten in one day. But a Democratic Labour Party government would increase our spending in healthcare so that we deliver adequate healthcare to the people of Barbados. You deserve it. The health of a nation is the wealth of a nation. And that is a promise from a Democratic Labour Party government. And I am certain that Felicia Dujon in the House of Assembly would advocate for that as well, along with Ralph Thorne, because we believe that Barbadians deserve better. You should not have to give up a day's work to go to the polyclinic. Our polyclinic should be open, if not 24 hours, but later in the evening, so that persons can still go to work and go to the polyclinics after to get their health care. That would take a lot of burden off of people, because when you have to give up a day's work, you're giving up a day's pay. So you're increasing your stress because you still got the light bill to pay. You still have the children to send school. You still have food to pay for. But all of these things this government is not looking at. But a Democratic Labour Party sees these things, and we believe that we can do better in 2025 for the people of Barbados, so that you do not have to be beggars after paying such high taxes. You should be able to go to the hospital and access service within a certain amount of time. Something that we have been working on. There should be a standard set. No Barbadian should have to wait no longer than 12 hours in accident and emergency to be treated, seen by a doctor, and determine whether or not you can be discharged or you need to be admitted onto a ward. These days of people having to wait in accident and emergency for 3 and 4 days need to come to an end, because it is causing a lot of people to die in accident and emergency, and die even before they see the doctor. These things are not right for Barbadians who have worked and toiled so hard to develop this country, and for this Barbados Labour Party government to treat them as though they are dogs and scavengers and coming begging. You are not begging for healthcare in a country where you pay so much taxes. It is the vision of the Democratic Labour Party that healthcare should be free and it should be accessible. That is what the plank and the platform the Democratic Labour Party intends to stand on. The Barbados Labour Party will not come to you and speak about these things, because that is not in their vision, that is not in their mandate. Their vision and their mandate is to keep Barbadians down, so that you have to beg them for a favor. And they feel that when you come to beg them for a favor, that you will always give them your vote. But that is not the way how democracy works. That is not the way how Barbados is supposed to work. And I am encouraging the people of St. James North to vote for better and vote for change. Restore democracy in this country. Restore good governance in this country by voting for Felicia Dujon. Now, any of them that will tell you that we coming on this platform and speaking, we're not giving ideas. I just give ideas for healthcare. Ask them what ideas have they been given. Ask them what they have been doing with the time that they have been in government. We also believe in the healthcare sector that you need to hire more consultants. The hospital has very lack of consultants. There's no, a pathologist flies in on a weekly basis, and that is why you have to wait 3 and 4 weeks sometimes to bury your dead. Because there's no resident pathologist in Barbados, and you have to wait 3 and 4 weeks to bury your dead. Once upon a time, a family member dies, and with 2 weeks, you know that you can schedule the funeral. Now that 2 weeks has changed for many people to at least 3 weeks, because this government does not see it fit to hire the necessary pathologists in the areas.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Oh, Jah bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a draw first. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
Welcome the political leader, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, who will come and share some blows later. So wait for that. As we go on, you have the outpatient clinics at the hospital which are overflow because you don't have enough doctors to service these clinics. All of these things need to be addressed, and the Barbados Labour Party has shown no interest in addressing them. You need to hire more consultants. We have a lot of young doctors who have been trained, and a lot of them get frustrated at the way how the hospital is managed, and they leave and go off to greener pastures. We don't have a pediatric surgeon. We have no consultant hematologist. All of these are positions that need to be filled. We are bringing in nurses from Ghana. Well, Barbadian nurses are not being given the opportunity to have training at the QEH, and that training is vital for their career development. All of these are things that we need to look at. We need to develop Barbados as a health and wellness hub and encourage more of our young people to go into healthcare, and wellness. When we speak about wellness, you have a number of young people already interested in things like nutrition and doing training programs in doing weight training programs and becoming professional trainers and dietitians. These are things that should be encouraged. So no measly $1.4 million cannot develop a wellness program in Barbados. We need to develop a wellness program so that if you have high blood pressure and diabetes, your doctor should be able to refer you to a gym and with a personal trainer and a nutritionist. Because once you get your diet correct, once you get your fitness correct, it will help to reduce all of those non-communicable diseases such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol level, and diabetes as well. And it will possibly take some of you off of your medication and reduce the expenditure that we spend on drugs to treat these same illness. So I would rather give the money to young people and employ them so that they can help the middle-aged and the elderly persons in developing community-based programs. These are the things that a Democratic Labour Party government will do. You're not going to hear these issues on a Barbados Labour Party platform, and you will not see the Barbados Labour Party implement any of these things while they're in government because they absolutely do not care. But I am telling you that the gentleman that will speak after me, he cares. So he needs to be given the opportunity to be Prime Minister of this country and implement those things. And I am telling you, the young lady that Felicia Dujon, she cares about these things and she will advocate for these things. So she needs to be given an opportunity to represent the people of Barbados. And St. James North, I will say it again, on the 21st of May, you need to send a warning shot across the bow of the Barbados Labour Party. Let them know that you are disgusted and you do not like the way how they're doing. Let them know that you mark their performance with a failing grade. And as a result of that, you will give the X to Felicia Dujon because she deserves it. She deserves to sit in the House of Assembly to represent the people of St. James North. She will not do it with arrogance. She will not do it with victimization and spite. She will do it with love, compassion, caring, and commitment. That is Felicia Dujon. That is the sort of representation that this constituency needs after 35 years or more of neglect. So the message is clear tonight. We need to get on the phone and we need to call persons that we know who live in St. James North and all of the residents of St. James North. You need to speak to your family members. You need to speak to your children and your grandchildren and say to them, look, yes, our family may have traditionally voted a different way, but it is time for us to make a change because the country needs to see that change. The current administration that is in is not performing up to standard, and as a result, Barbadians are suffering. Our healthcare is declining. Our cost of living is increasing. The crime rate is increasing. We can no longer take a corrupt Barbados Labour Party government who is just indebting this country, putting this country further in debt. We need a change and a refreshing change, and that refreshing change will come with Felicia Dujon. So go to the polls as a family on the 21st of May from every single household. Go to the polls as a family and in your numbers and vote for and support Felicia Dujon and maintain that relationship and commitment with her. That will help Barbados to go to better pastures and to see true economic growth and development. People, the message is clear. Felicia Dujon on the 21st of May, that is the only way to vote from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and give Ralph Thorne support in the House of Assembly and send a warning shot across the bow of the Barbados Labour Party. I thank you.
We are living in a serious time. Whoa. Don't let the devil blow your mind. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. It's only in the Father, you know I put my trust. The time is so serious.
Good night, St. James North. No, I ain't no get here. Guys, our next and final speaker, we all know him and we cannot wait to hear. Please give me a round of applause as we welcome the opposition leader, the Honorable Ralph Thorne.
You have got tired to see me face. Can't get me out of the race. Oh man, you said I'm in your place. And then you drop out yard. You make me drop out yard. And then you drop out yard. Spreading over my name. Say you wanna bring.
Good night. Thank you, young Shakwani. And when we leave the business of St. James North, and when the people of St. James North have completed the business of this constituency, we will head back to the general portions of Barbados. And young Shakwani, I give you notice tonight, she will be taking care of business. Beg your pardon? Thank thank you very much. And I was saying to you that when this particular business in St. James North is completed, young Miss Shaquani Hunt will take care of business in St. Michael West. And Ryan Walters in St. Michael Northwest. And the president of this party, Senator Andrea Worrell, will take care of the business in St. Michael Central. But the lady of the hour is Miss Felicia Dujon. I come to this St. James North tonight in support of a young lady who is the best qualified candidate in this constituency for the single office that is available. Bascom says, repeat it again. I come tonight to Yearwood Road and to all of Mount Stanfast to say to you that there's only one candidate in this race who is qualified to represent this St. James North from the 21st of May onwards until the lady decides that she wants the general business, the business of the general election. And many of the speakers tonight have told you that this is the beginning of the road towards the general election. And Mia Motley is not of the creative intellect that she would do anything differently. This is a carbon copy of the first term. You had St. George North, and then you had an ambush in 2022. And if she comes with an ambush, it will not be an ambush because we'll be ready. The Democratic Labour Party will be ready. And what shocked them and what surprised them is that in this short space of time, while they were plotting and planning, and while Edmund Hinkson was being hustled out of office, we were in preparation. And the day that his letter was read to the speaker, or by the speaker, this Democratic Labour Party went into caucus on the same night. And we strategized. And here we are tonight. Here we are tonight, organized and ready. I listened to Pedro Shepherd tonight. And we are organized. And we are ready. And we are coming to take this country back. Not only for the Democratic Labour Party, but for the sake of Barbados. And I've said that we are a serious platform. I'm sorry if you want some jokes. I will have to give you the itinerary for the Barbados Labour Party. And you can go there and you can get some jokes. But this is a serious platform. And I believe that we should use these occasions to educate ourselves and to educate the people of this country. And tonight I come to you on a matter that is very important to the people of this country because this country is not doing well. And the people of this country are not doing well. And the people of Mount Stanfast and all of St. James North, they're not doing well. None of us in this country, unless you're very wealthy, unless you're insulated from all the problems that are afflicting us tonight, we're not doing well. And I pause tonight to express commiseration with the persons, the residents of Wharfdale in Pinelands. There was another shooting there tonight. Yes. Yes, and while the wealthy insulate themselves in gated communities, the only gate that we have in our communities is the gate of crisis. And that gate is opened on all of our lives. And those who are directly affected by crime, and there are those who are indirectly affected by crime. Those who are shocked are perhaps in as much peril as those who are afraid of being shocked. So let us deal seriously with the business that confronts this country tonight. I've come to speak to you on the economy, sovereignty, the law, and the citizen. The economy, sovereignty, the law, and the citizen. And I mentioned the citizen last not because he is least important, but to demonstrate to you that these issues cannot be discussed unless you discuss the plight of the citizen in this country. And the citizen of Barbados is affected by the economy, the larger economy, and you hear a lot of terms, a lot of economic terms, and sometimes we don't know what they mean. We have come here tonight to simplify and demystify all of these matters: the economy, sovereignty, the law, and the citizen. And I come to you with this topic tonight because just a few days ago, the Prime Minister told you that we are withdrawing from a relationship with the IMF, a relationship that has endured for the past few years. But this government does not often tell you the truth. And when you listen to the Prime Minister carefully, when she says she has them on speed dial, that is an indication to you tonight that we have not really withdrawn from the relationship with the IMF. And that ought to indicate to you that any instruction that the IMF has been given or has been given Barbados in relation to job retrenchment, in relation to cutbacks in spending, that if they're on speed dial, the eye of the IMF is still on Barbados. And I say to you tonight that there's a possibility, and a very real possibility, that there will be continued IMF presence, if not in Barbados, over Barbados. The coded language of speed dial is not coded after all. Speed dial means that you will press the button, and as she says, they will come running, or we will go running to them. I say to you tonight, Mount Standfast, that the relationship has not ended, and you want to know what that has to do with you. And I repeat, that a relationship with the IMF directly affects your welfare as a citizen. And that is why you must understand and clearly understand all of these matters as you go through life. And as you struggle, the struggle of a man in Mount Standfast is related to a relationship with the IMF, and that's the point I'm making. And so, when we talk about the economy, we are talking about all the business that goes on in Barbados. We're talking about all the goods and services that are bought and that are sold, and you put a value on them. But all the activity, all the business activity, the buying and selling and the production of goods, that is called the economy. It can come in the form of services. If you catch a taxi, you're buying a service. If you go to the supermarket and buy groceries, you're buying goods. And all of that activity is referred to as the economy. Don't let anybody come and fool you. Don't be a victim of Barbados Labour Party lies. Don't be a victim of Barbados Labour Party propaganda and jargon. These are simple matters. And these are matters that you have to understand. And these are matters that are capable of being explained. And we're here tonight to explain these things. And you probably wonder, what is the connection between the economy and sovereignty? And sovereignty is the right of the government of Barbados, or the state if you prefer, but I'm going to use the word government. Sovereignty involves the right of the government to manage the affairs of the entire Barbados. And they do that by the passage of law, and they do that by something called military power. Because in the persons of the defense force and the police, that is military power. And the law permits them to exercise control over Barbados. And the law permits the government to pass laws for the peace, order, and good government of Barbados. That is what the Constitution says. And that is an act of sovereignty. It means that the government has the right to control all activity in the country, and that's amazing power. That is a lot of power. That is awesome power to have, and you call it sovereign power. The power to control a country. So that when an abuse of power takes place, it is a serious thing. And you live in a country tonight in which the government is often and every day abusing its power. And we cannot get a new constitution in this country. And I suggest to you that the reason the government is not bringing a new constitution to this country is because the government does not function by law. The government functions by power. And the government functions by the abuse of power. And this Barbados Labour Party government is abusing your power every day in exercise of its right of sovereignty, of sovereign governance of Barbados. And that is what I come to explain to you tonight. And I've come to explain to you not only the economy and sovereignty, but the law. And I've just mentioned the Constitution and all the laws that Parliament passes. And those laws are passed in the exercise of the government's sovereign power. And I want you to permit me to do something that I didn't plan to do it, but I told you that this is a serious platform. And over the last two sittings of Parliament, something happened there that indicates to you that this Barbados Labour Party does not take Parliament seriously. This Barbados Labour Party abuses the privileges of Parliament, and that Parliament really is not a place for abuse. And I want to say to you, and I say to the constituency that I represent, that I have now decided that I will go to Parliament and speak, and I will leave. And the reason I do that is because I take Parliament seriously. And for some reason, the government cannot get over the fact that I am there to oppose them. And I oppose them on principle. And it is the job under the Constitution of this country for the opposition to oppose the government. That's why it is called the opposition. And this government cannot get used to the fact that my job and my duty there is to oppose them, except that I must do it constructively. And because they were in a 30-love frame of mind, they expected that I should come in there and sit on the opposition benches and engage in jokes with them and accept all that they do and not represent the interests of the people of Barbados who are victimized by their frequent abuses of power. And every time I go there and I challenge the laws that they pass and I challenge their policies, and I do it constructively, I do it according to the rules of the House, I do it according to the standards of debate, what is acceptable, I do it. And do you know what is their response? Personal abuse. Personal abuse. And I'm going to tell you what Colin Jordan did last time. I referred to it a few weeks ago, and I'm going to refer to it again. I am talking tonight about law and parliamentary standards, because the law comes from Parliament. And this government is abusing its privilege that it has in Parliament. Not only is it abusing the numbers, 28-1, hopefully next week it will be 28-2. 28-2, it has to be 28-2. Because this country is in an abyss. This country is in a cesspit. This country is in a cesspit of governance. It has never quite been as bad as it is tonight. And 2 weeks ago, I was in the parliament, 3 weeks ago. And I went there and I did my job. I criticized the government, as is my right to do on behalf of the people of this country. And their flaws in the legislation that they bring there. And their flaws in the political actions that they take. And I criticized them. And their response, Mayor Motley walks in, and she does it every time. Mayor Motley does not come there to speak through the microphone and address the parliament nor the people of Barbados. Mayor Motley comes in, as she did yesterday. And I see her whispering into somebody's ear. And she gets up and leaves. And the ear of the person to whom she whispers is always the person who follows with the abuse. And 2 weeks ago, a man who calls himself, I didn't plan to do this, but Colin Jordan must now be exposed for the fraud that he is. Colin Jordan! Y'all know where he is on Saturday mornings? Y'all know what he does on Saturday mornings? I don't want to attack his church, because I came up in the church too. But Colin Jordan preaches in a church every Saturday morning. And Colin Jordan, in response to my attack on the legislation, got up and said that I don't even want to use the word up here. There's the word prostitute. And there's a word, the other word, yes, I'm not going to use it through this microphone. He called me that. He called this man who preaches every Saturday morning, and before, when he was about to use the word, he paused and said to the speaker, perhaps it is not parliamentary language. Speaker did not say a word. Speaker did not stop him. I agree with you. I agree with you. But he's traveling somewhere now. And that is how they are using and abusing the parliament. And I must sit down in there and take that abuse. So when I was walking out, they feel badly. Because my position is curse the chair. I make my contribution. The people listen to me. I check YouTube. And as soon as I finish, the viewership drops. And that is not an act of vanity. It is because the people of Barbados have abandoned them. Because they have abandoned the people of Barbados. And their only use of parliament is the abuse of the opposition. I can take it. I can take it. It is my job. And I leave and I go back every Tuesday. And yesterday, well, the man that y'all had around here, I mean, in 2013, when I heard that he was getting involved in politics, it was the most shocking thing for me, because I've known him a long time. It was shocking. And 12 years later, you understand why he was shocked. But I wouldn't deal with him tonight. Yesterday, they brought legislation there dealing with the student revolving loan fund. And I went on the attack. I talked about the IDB survey that abused the children in this country. I talked about the common entrance exam that they can't decide whether they want it or not. I talked about how they practice domestic terrorism against some poor girls from Springer Memorial because they were poor. Why didn't they do it at any other school? Why they chose Springer? It was an ambush. It was not a simulation. And I said that in the house. And they got angry with me. And when they start abusing, again, I packed my bag. I had made my contribution on behalf of the people of Barbados. And I left. Sometime later in the night, somebody sent me a video, or the next day, today or sometime, with Sandra Husbands. Nobody remembers her name. And when she speaks, and I made this point yesterday, all of her colleagues in there in conversation with each other, nobody listens to her. Nobody. And here was the insult. I'm not ashamed to say these things because it doesn't touch me with any depth. I want you to know how your parliament is being abused. I want you to know that every opportunity you get to replace one of them, you have to do it. And this election is an opportunity to replace them. Here's what Sandra Husband said yesterday. She is a minister of education, or some new title she has. She is dealing with education. And she said yesterday that she was talking about children with learning disabilities. And that a child with a learning disability could end up being the opposition leader. Yeah, that's what she said. Now, that exists at two levels. It is problematic at two levels. This government brought a Disabilities Act to the Parliament this year. This year. And Sandra Husbands and Kirk Humphrey brought it to Parliament. And there was consensus among us. I supported the bill. Any bill that comes to protect disabled children and disabled people in this country, I support it. And I supported it. Except that I criticized aspects of it. And Humphrey agreed with one of my criticisms of a part of the bill dealing with insurance. That is my duty, to offer constructive criticism. So largely and generally, I supported the bill. But I criticized a portion, and he, go and look at Hansard, go and look at YouTube. He accepted my criticism and gave me praise for it. One of the things that was said is that you must not use the language of disability to insult people. In other words, as you develop in life, you learn how to relate to people with fairness. And a lot of children do it. A lot of children on the playground, they're playing and skylarking and so on, and one would say to the other, you're retarded. And one of the things we learn as adults is that you do not use the language of disability to insult people, because you're really hurting disabled people. That's what you're doing, and the entire House of Assembly agreed on that, because for us it was an education. We learned, for example, that there were certain words that you do not use to describe people who are disabled. They said, for example, that you don't talk about hearing impaired anymore. You can say a person is deaf. So that you have to be careful about the language you use to describe the disabled. And so if you talk about somebody with learning disability, you do not use that language to insult another person, because you're really diminishing the disabled person. And Sandra Husbands at the time said that that is her practice as well. I believe she may have said it. The entire House accepted that. But apart from that, this woman is Minister of Education. This woman is Minister of Education, and she is using the language of learning disability among children to insult somebody. And she's in that job. You know, in Britain or the United States, she would have been gone. You all know that. So on the one hand, she's Minister of Education, and she is using the language of disability to disparage someone. And on the other hand, she should not do that. You don't do that. You don't walk about telling people they're retarded. What are you saying about people who have a mental deficit? So while you think you're insulting somebody, you're really diminishing the person who has the disability. And that is the education that we have as adults. We develop, even as adults, we learn these things. Those imposters in your House of Assembly are a pack of hypocrites. Because a few weeks ago, they all say their language was lofty. Oh, we support this and we support that. And we agree that you should not use the language of disability to disparage other people. Look at her yesterday. This government is a pack of hypocritical, they're imposters, and Felicia Dujon has to fill this seat. Has to fill this seat. So I was talking about the law, and I come to the citizen. Now, In this economy, the government has a right and a duty. The government has a right, as I said, to order the affairs of this country. That's a right that the government has in managing this economy. One of the fundamental rights of a government is that right of taxing. And you would have heard Ryan Walters say tonight, Senator Walters say tonight, I listened to him very carefully, that this government has collected more taxes. I think he said 135% more, which is to say if the last government was collecting 100, this government is collecting 135, to simplify it. And so in exercising part of the sovereign right of a government is to collect taxes, it's to tax you. But apart from the right to collect the tax, there's a corresponding duty. So when a government exercises its right to tax you, they have a corresponding duty to spend those taxes on your behalf, to provide social services, education, health, housing, transport, welfare, lighting, street lighting. That is a duty. That is not a favor. And I want the people of St. James North to understand that, beg your pardon, that when a government is fixing roads, it's not doing you any favor. It's not doing you any favor. It is doing you a disfavor when for 4 and 5 and 6 years you can't get a road. That is what government is doing. It is doing you a disfavor. So it is not doing you a favor if after 7 years you decide to fix a road on the eve of an election. That is nothing to applaud. That is no reason to vote for this government. You have to ask the government what happened the last 6 years. And you know why you should ask them that? I drive my car down here, my truck, and I use the air conditioning a bit. And it is only when I roll down the windows that I realize my truck creaks in like anything. My truck crying. And the people in this country who have cars, the cars are crying. The cars are crying from the potholes, the suspension. And for 6 years, your cars have been destroyed by the potholes in this road. Your cars, let them pass. Let them pass. Let them pass. Let them pass. Don't let them distract you. The point is, as Ryan said, they have collected millions, billions in taxes. And on the eve of an election, they come to fix a road to impress you. You call that contempt. You call that an insult to people's intelligence, that you believe that having paid taxes for 7 years, that in the 7th year, they fix a road and you must vote for them. That is a government, not only a government that is abusing its power, a government that is abusing its your financial resources, but a government that has no respect for you. A government that believes that the people are going to form queues to a polling booth and vote for them because they fix a road on the eve of an election. What say you, St. James North? Are you going to accept that insult? Are you going to accept the Barbados Labour Party candidate? Are you going to? Or are you going to go for a young lady who is progressive? A young lady who has walked this constituency, and her ambition, she said on Sunday night, is to visit all 7,800 households in this country, and she seems willing to do it. She seems willing to do it. She is showing early interest in this constituency. But I am back to the government's duty to raise taxes. It's right to raise taxes, and it's duty to provide those services for you. Now, I want you to know that government spends a lot of money. And we live in a system in which there are two basic systems, two basic economic systems. Back in the 60s and 70s, the world, as you know, was divided between the communists and the capitalists. And the communist economies were managed and regulated by the government. by the government. In the West, the economy was what we call free market. People had the right to start businesses, make money, and it had nothing to do with the government. The government's only participation was that it taxed them. And you call those free market economies. And in Russia and Soviet Union and China and so on, the government, the state, the government, let's use the word government. The government used to regulate, manage the entire economy, so there was no private enterprise. There were no private businesses. What has been our history here in Barbados? Our history here in Barbados is what you call, on the one hand, you call them planned economies. In other words, economies that were run by the government, the entire system, the entire economic system, the purchase and the sale of goods and the exchange of goods between the citizens, that was regulated, it was controlled by the government. In the Western Hemisphere, the United States, Canada, Britain, and Western Europe, you had free market economies. In other words, the government did not control the entire economy. The economy, people entered into what you call the free market. You could go and start a business. If you made money, good for you. If you did not make money, you closed it down and you start another one. The free market. And what did we do in Barbados? In Barbados, we did not go for one or the other. We did not go for an entire free market economy, liberal economy, if you want to use that term, nor did we go for the communist-style economy. We went for what you call the mixed economy. In other words, you allow free enterprise. You allow the citizen to start their businesses. But because we came out of a history of domination, the majority of people in this country were dominated by a very small class. And while people had the freedom to start a business, freedom can only be exercised. The freedom to start a business can only be exercised if you have money. So there's a sense in which the majority of people in this country were not free to start any business because they did not have the money. And in the United States, for example, well, don't let me go there yet. Let me come back to Barbados. So that the services, the access to health, the access to education, the access to housing, the access to social welfare, we could not afford it. And so the government had to intervene in economic activity. And government had to be responsible for all those services. That's why you have Grisettes and Pine and Eden Lodge and Silver Hill and Gall Hill. Government actually had to build the houses for people. Because we started out poor, we started out with nothing, we came out of the fields. And government had to intervene in economic life and rescue the majority of people in this country. And as life went on, you know what this Democratic Labour Party did? It is the most pivotal, it is the most revolutionary moment in this country's history. Errol Barrow, Right Honorable, excellent Errol Barrow, gave free education to the young children of this country. Because prior to 1961, the brightest child in this country could not get anywhere if he was poor. And that was the injustice that existed in Barbados. That we had a lot of bright little children running around this country, but they could not get an education because they were poor. And when the Right Honorable Errol Barrow and James Cameron should have said, let us educate these people, that was the most revolutionary thing that was ever done in modern Barbados. And education is not done, or free education is not done only to elevate individual lives. Free education is implemented to elevate an entire society. And that's why we are here tonight. Do not ever take these things for granted. Do not ever consider that there's a disconnection between our present circumstances and the past. We are here because somebody did good for us. And this country is at this stage of its development because Right Honorable Errol Walton Barrow did something good in 1961. And we have a few people walking around here telling the young people of this country that life began with them. And this is a message that we must bring repeatedly to the young people of this country, that life did not begin with them. that life began with their parents, their lives began with their parents, and their parents' lives began with their grandparents. And there's a continuum, that's the word. There's a continuum. Life continues from person to person, and your circumstances, young people of St. James, are largely determined by the circumstances of your parents and the decisions that your parents make. And more than that, the decisions that a government makes. And in 1961, when the government of this country liberated poor people from the fields, from the cane fields, and said, you shall have an education, and you shall have a chance to work in the banks, and you shall have a chance to work on Broad Street, and ultimately, you shall have the chance to start a business. That is what I mean. That is what I'm talking about when I say that freedom is only properly exercised if it goes with access to money. You can have all the freedom in the world, but if you don't have money and if you don't have access to money, you know that in previous times, poor people could hardly go in a bank and get a loan. You know that poor people could not get a job in a bank in the 1960s. I see people here in the 60s and 70s. They know this. Talk to your children. Talk to your children and explain to them the circumstances of freedom in which they live and tell them not to abuse that freedom. Remind them that there was a time that you did not have the freedom that they have. And that is why we continue to criticize this government for abusing the freedom of the children of this country by distracting them away from education. And when I say education, I'm not talking about getting PhDs. That's not what I'm talking about. Education is a lot larger than that. Education deals with self-improvement. That if you want to have a small business, you can have it by way of education, educating yourselves, liberating your mind, giving yourself the independence and the freedom of thought to start your own business. And look, there was a time in the history of this country when the only people who could start businesses were men who could build a boat. And I heard Verla talking about, you see tonight, our first self-employed people were the fishermen. They were the boat builders and the fishermen. And this government, you know, this government is treating the fishermen badly, but that's another issue. And it is particularly relevant in this St. James North. It is particularly relevant to the people of this coastal area of Barbados, that our first free people, our first people of economic freedom were the fishermen. Because nobody could stop a man from building a boat and going out to sea and catching fish and coming back and selling them. But our social values taught us to look down on them. Taught us to look down on them. And our first self-employed and free people were fishermen and carpenters. The people who have little social value in this country, because we were weighted under by value systems that taught us not to respect them. So talk to your children. So that is the kind of economy in which we live. And it became necessary. Errol Barrow thought that it was necessary for the government to become involved in the economy, not for the sake of the rich, but for the sake of the poor. And you can't look after the interests of the poor unless you're interested in advancing the entire country. So the government was not there to pull down the rich, but it was there to elevate the poor. And in elevating the poor, it created a system of national insurance. Look, in the 1950s, in the 1950s, people who got injured at work had to deal with the injury. There was no national insurance to pay them. And the Democratic Labour Party instituted national insurance. Tell the young people that the benefits they enjoy did not begin with them. And if a young man gets injured at work tonight, he has access to national insurance. And by the way, this government is dismantling your national insurance, because this government paid two men called White Oak $27 million to take $1.3 billion out of your national insurance. The national insurance of this country does not belong to rich people. The national insurance of this country belongs to poor people. And this government has deprived the National Insurance Fund of $1.3 billion. And they did more. They did it again this year in something called a debt for nature swap, when by stealth they were boasting about this debt for nature swap. You see, I said this government is into a lot of fancy talk. And in this so-called debt for nature swap, they took out another $400 million from the National Insurance Fund. So that the National Insurance Fund that poor people built, this government continues to deprive it. A lot of money is leaking. We are now up to $1.7 billion that this government has leaked from your national insurance. And you wonder why the people of this country can only now retire at 67 and they're sneaking it up to 70. These things are happening because of the direct policies of this government, the anti-worker policies of this government. That is why we're where we are tonight. And that is why there's so much suffering in Barbados. And that is why a lot of young men see no hope, see no future in this country. And they're exercising a choice between emigration or the gun. It is as serious as that. It is as serious as that tonight, St. James North. And that is why I've come to talk to you about the economy and sovereignty and the law and the citizen. The fact of the matter is the citizen in this country tonight is worse off than he was 7 years ago. He is worse off. And all of this monkey talk, and I heard somebody mention it tonight, all of this talk about the lost decade. Every time they come to Parliament, Colin Jordan, every speech, oh, the lost decade, the lost decade. And we are living in a country now in which it feels like this will be the last decade of our lives. 2 men again shot in the Pine tonight. I hope they survive. And we've had more deaths than weeks in the year in this country. We've had more deaths than weeks in the year in this country. And they're telling us that we must not talk about it. They're telling us that we must not talk about it from political platforms. But if this government is eroding the economy of this country, if this government's policies are not passed in defense of stable economic management, it will affect us socially. It will affect us socially. It will mean that young men will feel that there's no hope. And this government, not only is this government raising a lot of money and abusing that money, but you know where the government is spending the money. Somebody on this platform talked tonight about, I think it was Pedro, a large cabinet. Ryan talked about travel. And you know what? How this government is spending your money? While this government spends money on a large cabinet and travel, this government is refusing. I said this the other night and I'm going to say it again. That this government owes, I thought it was 148. This government owes police officers in this country hundreds of thousands of dollars and is refusing, I beg your pardon, to pay the police. And I said that on Sunday night. And a nurse sent a message to me and tell me, well, look, they owe us too. And Thorne, next time you go on the platform, talk about what they owe the nurses in this economy. In this economy in which they have collected, according to Senator Walters, record amounts of taxes. Why aren't those taxes being spent on people in public service? And why aren't those taxes being spent on police officers who deserve it? And why aren't those taxes being spent on nurses who deserve it? Why aren't those taxes being spent on prison officers who deserve it? But listen to who they're spending it on. Listen to who they're spending it on. And I talked on Sunday night about the little children who are absenting themselves from school. I talked about them. And I received a call from the St. Dominic's Church in Maxwell when I said that there are little children in this country who are not going to school because the parents can't afford to feed them. And if they can't afford to go to school, if they get to school, they drop in to sleep at 10 o'clock. Let us not be ashamed. We used to get milk and biscuits. It was cheap. And rather than this government implement a system for the proper nutrition of our children, St. Dominic's Church in Maxwell, I say thanks to them tonight. They do a breakfast program for little children who can't get breakfast. But here's where your money is going. Barbados Police Service here is where your money is going. Your money is going to several consultants across this public service, many of them of dubious qualification, and shoving aside the career public servants, demoralizing the public service of this country, and implanting on their heads, imposing on their heads, a group of friends and family members. Ministry of Education. And you know they're giving them 3 and 4 year contracts. Now, if you give a man a 3 or 4 year contract, you could get him to lie for you. Because at the end of 3, 4 years, he knows he's going. So a condition of his service is that he's going to tell lies for you. And this government tells the people of Barbados lots of lies. While we are in hardship, you have a central bank governor or a central bank telling you that there's bounty. People in this country sucking salt. And they come to us with an insult. Don't worry about the insults against me in Parliament. I can deal with it. They're not stopping me from coming and going back every Tuesday. But the government of this country is insulting the people of this country by telling us that there's bounty. Telling us that there's bounty. Telling us that this economy is at its richest point ever. And we're not feeling the riches. We're not feeling it. We have little children in this country suffering. We have little children in this country waking up hungry and going to bed hungry and being fed by the Catholic Church. And they're telling the parents that there's bounty. You have people in this country, police officers, who cannot make a decent salary if they work their prescribed hours, and they have to get it. In order to get a decent salary, they must do overtime. I'm sorry, officers, for bringing your business into the public domain, but people must know. People must know how our brothers are suffering. And here's what this government is doing with something called a peace program that has promoted criminality in this country. The peace program has not brought peace to the streets of this country. 43 people employed. 43 people employed in a peace program, and ask them tomorrow how much money some of them in there getting. $6,000 and $7,000 and $8,000 a month. Are we supposed to come on these platforms and make jokes? $6,000 and $7,000 and $8,000 a month paid to some of those 43 persons in a peace program that has not promoted peace in this country. Thousands of dollars paid to consultants in government, and the public service has not improved. And this government, I want this government to explain why we need a diplomatic mission in Kenya. It can be about trade. You know how many miles a plane has to travel from Kenya to get to Barbados? Almost, Derek, 18 hours from Kenya to London, and then from London down to Barbados. What goods can we buy from them if the distance of travel, of passage, of carriage has to be so long? What is that embassy doing in Kenya? These are the questions Barbadians need to start asking of this government. Why is this government wasting millions and millions of dollars on its friends and family when the people of this country are suffering? Why? Why do we have an embassy in Dubai? You know, before this election finishes, I might well talk about Dubai. I think the time is coming when you need to hear what is the real business in Dubai. The time is coming, government, when the people of this country will be told what is this government's real business in Dubai. Y'all want to hear tonight? Y'all want to hear tonight? Or you're going to be patient? You're going to force me to say it tonight? Ask this government what is its real business in Dubai. Ask this government what trade relationship it has with Dubai. You set up a mission in a country when there is commercial benefit to be derived from the presence of that mission in that country. And therefore you will have a mission in Washington, and you will have one in Atlanta, and you will have one in Miami, and you will have one in New York, because we have hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Barbadians living there. And their interest needs to be represented. And you will have one in London, the Windrush crowd that went to London, emigrated to London in 1950. And it is called the Windrush generation because the ship that took them is called the Windrush. And so there's a whole host of Barbadians in these countries. And to protect the national interests, to protect the interests of your nationals in those countries, you establish a diplomatic mission. What is that mission doing in Kenya? But I left Kenya. And you're curious about Dubai. And you are forcing me tonight to say what is the business in Dubai. You're going to force me? You want to hear? You want to hear before this campaign ends? Are you going to force me Motley to tell you before I tell you? I am calling on me Motley to tell the people of Barbados what that diplomatic mission in Dubai is genuinely about. We don't have any Bajans there in large numbers. What trade relationship do we have with Dubai? What is it in Dubai that has attracted the interest of me Motley and this Barbados Labour Party government? You're going to force me to tell you? You're going to force me to tell you tonight? Do you think that as Barbadians you need to know? Do you think that as Barbadians you need to know the truth? Do you think that as Barbadians it is in your interest to know where your tax dollars are being spent and why they're being spent in Dubai? Do you think you should know? Do you think you have a right to know? And should you know, I agree with you that you should know. Who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Kerry Simmons. Send a message to him that we are giving this government 48 hours to tell the people of St. James and St. James North what is the real reason behind the Dubai mission. And if you don't tell them, they're going to hear. If you don't tell them, they're going to hear. Where's the meeting, Derek? Dubai. No, we're talking Dubai. Ashton Hall, Saturday night. And these people playing with your money. These people took up $500,000. $500,000, $500,000, and gave the young man called Kimar Safri. They took up $500,000 and gave to Kimar Safri. It is government money, for God's sake. And they did it in the first year. Presumably, he's supposed to feed the homeless in town. You can't drive through town unless people begging you for money and food. But he has $500,000, and it is taxpayers' money. And it is one of the rules of public service that you cannot take up the government's money and give to someone arbitrarily. There must be an audit. And you know that in the first year they gave it to him, and I exposed it at the estimates last year. And up to now, the government has not asked for or produced from Kimar Safri an audit for the precise spending of every cent of that $500,000. Your taxes. Your taxes. But ask him what he does with the money. And I asked during the estimate what he does with the money. And that was the first year. And you would have thought that they would be too embarrassed to come into a second year and do it. You know, without getting an audit on the first year, because an audit, you have to get it. It's not their money. It's not Safri's money. It is the taxpayers' money. And government is only a trustee for taxpayers' money. And you must do an audit. You know, they admitted at the estimates this year that although they have not received an audit for the first year of the $500,000, they gave that young man another $500,000. And people forming long lines to the welfare department. Young mothers got to be beating down the doors to get the rent paid for the 2 and 3 little children in the house if they're not working. And if the father not helping with the support because he might not be working either. And there's a lot of suffering, quiet suffering in this country. And this government is taking millions of taxpayers' dollars in the exercise of its right to manage and influence and tax an economy, to tax people. This government has a right to tax people. This government has the sovereign power to run this country and to make rules for the running of this country. And this same government is taking up millions of dollars belonging to the taxpayers of this country and squandering those amounts. They plan to open a diplomatic mission in Morocco. Morocco. So when I talk about Dubai, I'm going to add Morocco. I am going to bring them to heel. You know when a dog running and you drag it back? The people of this country have to drag this government back. And the way to drag this government back is to drag back the man that is running down here and tell him that his is illegitimate government and we want Felicia Dujon to fill the office that is vacant here. Because there's a sense in which this is not only about St. James North. This is about the entire Barbados. Except that the problems that affect the entire Barbados affect this constituency and every constituency. So I say to you tonight, people of St. James North, the problems that exist throughout Barbados are the problems of St. James North. It is as serious as that. No jokes. No jokes. Go to the BLP meeting if you want jokes. But tonight, there's much suffering in this country. And this suffering must come to an end. Pay the police officers. Pay the nurses. Pay the prison officers. Pay the young mothers of this country who cannot get a job. Pay the young mothers. Bring up some system of support for people in this country, those young women. It hurts me when I go to the gas station. It hurts me. If I have to put $300 in gas in my car and I drive away and I say, my God, I've just put $300 in gas in my car and this girl not working for $300 a week. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. Fill up your car with $300. One stop. One stop. One fill up of gas. And she does that how many times a day? And the station I go to, they're getting younger and younger. Because the people 30 and 35 realize, look, what's the point? What's the point? And that's the kind of country we live in. And things could be a lot better. Things could be a lot better because this government, as Senator Walters told you, is collecting record sums of taxes. Where are those taxes going, government? Where are they going? And is that the reason they're going to insult me every week? Well, they got to insult me behind my back, but I'm going back next Tuesday. And I'm going back the Tuesday after that. And I will continue to ask the questions on behalf of the people of this country. Because the people of this country deserve answers. And the people of this country deserve a good government. And they're getting neither. With this Barbados Labour Party, they're not getting answers and they're not getting good government. Will we get good government in this country? It is up to you, St. James North. Will you start the process of good government? And will you ask for Felicia Dujon to occupy that chair to my left? Will you do that? Will you have the courage to do that? There's a lot of fear pervading this country. And over the last 2 weeks, because of what is going on here, I have had the opportunity to speak to some very wealthy men in this country. Very wealthy men. And it is not only the people in this constituency who will be victimized by bribery. There's going to be bribery around here between now and the 21st. There's going to be bribery. They realize that the people down here are against them. And they're afraid of Barrow's children and Barrow's grandchildren. Because we sit in a tradition of liberating the poor in this country from adverse circumstances. And when the Democratic Labour Party is on the move, nobody can stop this Democratic Labour Party, including the oppressive and tyrannical Mia Motley. And they are afraid. They are afraid of this party. And this party will not stop. So there's going to be bribery around here over the next few days. One man on the radio. I know for a fact that officials in government attempted to disqualify this worthy young lady called Felicia Dujon. I know for a fact that they sat in government offices and called the chief immigration officer to double check on her citizenship because they tried to disqualify young Felicia Dujon last week on the day before the nomination. That is a fact. And some scamp, I call him a scamp, goes on the airwaves or wherever he goes, I don't listen to him, and tells the people of this country he's supposed to be an analyst. He is supposed to be a political scientist. And he has now descended to the worst acts of psychophancy. That's just a big word for yardfoulism. And he is saying, nobody attempted to disqualify the young lady. How does he know that? How does he know that? And if he pushes me, I'm going to give him the facts. And if he pushes me, I'm going to produce documents. And if he pushes me, I'm going to bring a man who was in the meeting when they took a vote. When they took a vote in relation to their attempt to disqualify Felicia Dujon because they're afraid of Felicia Dujon and they're afraid of this great Democratic Labour Party. And we are on the move. We are on the move tonight. This will not stop. This is a journey to restore this country. This is a journey in justice. This is an unjust government. This is an unholy government. This government would not identify righteousness if it saw it at midday in the middle of Broad Street. And you have to get rid of them. St. James North, what say you? What say you? This government, as I've demonstrated to you, owes the people of this country, the poor people of this country, so much money. And I'm not talking about welfare recipients. I'm talking about people who labor and are heavy laden. People who labor and are heavy laden are being disadvantaged by this government. I repeat, police, nurses, prison officers, teachers, millions of dollars owed. And this government can take up a heap of money, as Pedro Shepherd said tonight, and pay 27 ministers, 2 and 3 of whom doing the same work. In theory, because none of them does anything. And I drove through St. Lucie this afternoon, and the person in the car with me, I say, look at one of the mini stadia. Look at one of the mini stadia. Lies. You put a fence around a playing field. Spend heaps of money on a fence. You know what those fences are about? You think it is designed to keep a ball inside the field? The fence costs money. The fence costs government money. And I am tempted to say something that you know. That you know that this government does not spend a cent unless. You know that this government does not spend your money unless. They ain't suing me, you know. But y'all know the truth. I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it. But I have kept you here. It is now a minute to midnight. I don't want y'all here at a minute past midnight. We started before midnight. And we have a lot of questions to ask this government. And we are going to demand answers from this government. Derek, when is the next meeting, please? Saturday at Ashton Hall. Put the government on notice. Today is Wednesday. We want answers to these questions by Saturday. And come Saturday, we will have a lot more to say. I want you to vote for Felicia Dujon, and I want you to get home safely. The hour is midnight. Midnight is a dangerous hour to be out when the BLP is on the rampage. Please get home safely. Good night, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we go.